Well, hello. Thanks for joining us today. I am so excited to be with you from coast to coast, and we are going to talk about success through culture. And it's going to be a great time. I'm excited to introduce you to some of my new friends, Dr. Paul White, who's going to talk about appreciation and some groundbreaking studies that he's done. Dr. Shalette Stewart from Harvard University is going to talk about what does God's Word have to say about appreciating people. Gary Crum has bought and sold hundreds of companies, and he's going to talk about the fact that there is a link between the money that you get for your company and how you appreciate people. And finally, the number one HR speaker in the world, Dr. David Ulrich, is going to talk about opportunity from crisis. So it's going to be a great time. We're going to say, how do you appreciate people? And we're going to say, what does God's Word have to say about that? But I want to start with asking you a question. What in heaven's name does a mop have to do with valuing people? What does a mop have to do with creating culture? And what does a mop have to do ultimately with profit? The actual fact is, it has a lot to do with it. But let me start with a question for you. Doesn't your day go better when the tools you use every day work well? And if I could have the countdown clock going, that'd be great. If your computer was 8 years old with a broken E key, you would be upset. If your chair was lower than your desk and the wheels were broken, you'd be upset. But in the worlds of our team members, we often even allow them to work with mediocre, old, or broken tools. The startling truth is there's a link between profitability and appreciating people, and we're going to unpack that today. We're going to look at it and we're going to say, how does that work? Because two things are true based on God's Word and our culture. Number one, your workers were created in the image of God, and they matter to Him. Number two, your company might have more influence than your church. Why is that? It's because most people that work for you don't go to church, according to the Gallup poll. For 20 years, I was part of an $8 billion firm called ServiceMaster. Masters of service, serving the master. ServiceMaster spent time walking in the shoes of their employees and saying, how do we make this job better? But I want to focus for a minute on mopping floors. We took the standard mop, that is a wooden handle thing with a rusty bottom, and we put it into a hollow fiberglass core. So inside this mop handle is a hollow fiberglass core with a rubber grip to make it easier for the housekeeper to use. We found that they use the mop to move hospital beds, so we made it so that the mop bends and doesn't break. We put a stainless steel end on it so they don't get rusty, and you can quick release the mop. So then we looked at the mop, and we said, why is a mop cotton? It's really heavy every time it gets full of water. What if we made some of the strands out of polyester so that it was lighter? What if we made it so that it was easier to clean? What if we sewed the ends so they didn't have those stringy ends? And by the time we're all done, we have a mop that was something housekeepers loved and felt cared for and felt that they had dignity and worth. You might say, well, that sounds like a great idea, but I don't buy it. Well, let's take a look at the work that Heskett, Schlesinger, and Sasser at the Harvard Business School did a lot of work on for a number of years. It's called the service profit chain. The service profit chain says there's a link between how you treat people and profit. Wait a minute, you're saying, I thought we were just going to talk about loving people and it's soft and I can ignore it and get on with the day. No, here's the facts. What if you invite somebody to work for your company and on the first day you give them an old uniform, stained from the last guy? It's an XXL, but they're a small. It's a small, but they're an extra large. It's the wrong size, it has a stain on it, and you say these words, I'm sure you can wash it at home. This was the last guy's uniform. What if you had a guy in a truck or a lady in a truck, and you said, don't worry, the windshield is cracked, we haven't got around to fixing it? What if you have a service worker who has a bad sprayer and they're supposed to spray lawns and the spray tip always gets clogged? What if you have a desk that is rickety? What if you have a chair that's too low? The service profit chain says when you do those things, people don't feel valued and appreciated, because then what do? You say, now listen, John, Sally, we care about people, so make sure you care about people. But you just gave them a dirty shirt, you just gave them a rickety chair, you just gave them a bungled up van, and you said we care about people. ServiceMaster built an $8 billion firm on the basis of dignity and value and worth. At the same time, we had crazy good profitability, sometimes 20+% a year of EBITDA. So how are you investing in your people? How are you walking in their shoes? Why did ServiceMaster spend so much time trying to figure out a mop? Well, biblical truth is what is at the core. We had 21 leadership principles, and I just want to talk about one of them. People are created in the image of God. When we think about that, it's a stunning truth. People are created in the image of God. But if you see them as a means to production, you don't see them as created in the image of God, things go bad. Leadership principles that flow from this truth are the following. Since God is a creator and people are created in his image, therefore people are creative. So if every time your graphic designer says they like the certain color blue, and you say, no, it has to be red, then you're not allowing their creativity to be real. You say, in effect, God speaks through me, my opinions are what matter, yours don't, it's my color, or see you later, bye. So what should we do as leaders? We should value the input of people into their work. We should provide opportunities for people to express themselves. We should be promoters of people. Second thing that flows from this truth. Since God intensely values each person, and people are his most important creation, people have value. So what should we do? We should treat people with respect. We should lead as we want to be led. We should see people as not a means to an end, but as people we help to be something as well as do something. Finally, God created each of us with certain gifts, so we should be promoters of the gifts that people have. Now, does that mean keep them in jobs they're not good at? Of course not. It means get them in a job they are good at. So that is some principles from ServiceMaster, but I want to talk to you about a story from the Chicken Soup for the Soul book. It's a story that's impacted me for years, and I think it'll impact you too. So apologies for the fact that I'm going to read a little bit of this, but this is pretty important stuff. This is called The Business Executive and the Blind Man. I was finishing up my work at my office in downtown Manhattan. My secretary had left for about an hour before, and I was getting ready to pack up, and the phone rang. It was my secretary, Ruth. She's in a panic. I've left an important package on my desk by mistake. It needs to be delivered immediately to the Blind Institute. It's only a few blocks away. Could you help me out? You caught me at a good time, I said. I was just walking out. I'll drop it off for you. I walked into the Blind Institute, and a man ran toward me. Thank heavens you've arrived. We have to get started right away. He pointed to an empty chair, sat me down, and before I could say anything, I was sitting in a row of sighted people. Directly facing us on another row of chairs were a row of sightless, blind people. A young man, 25 years old, stood in front of us all and started giving directions. In a moment, I will ask all of you who are sightless to get to know the person seated across from you. It'll be important for you to take whatever time you need to distinguish their features. You will touch their hair, their eyes, their nose. You will feel the texture of their hair. You will run your fingers through their brow. You will feel the strength and size and texture of their skin. You will listen to their breathing. You will take time to do this. And now, begin. I began to panic. I wanted out of this place. I don't allow anybody to touch me without my permission. Don't touch me. Oh no, he's touching my hair. God, this is uncomfortable. His hands are on my face. I'm perspiring. He'll hear my heart beating. He'll know I'm panicking. Oh, I've got to calm down. Whew. It's over. Next, The young instructor continued, "The sighted people will now have the same opportunity. Close your eyes, imagine this person, and start to touch their hair. Who are they? What are their thoughts?" His voice faded in the background. Before I could stop, I had my hand on the young man's head seated across from me. His hair felt dry. His hair felt coarse. I couldn't remember the color. Hell, I never remember the color of anybody's hair. In fact, I never really see anybody. I just tell people what to do all day. People are dispensable to me. I don't care about people. My business is important. The deals I make are important. This touchy-feely stuff, knowing people, is not for me. But I continued to touch the young man's eyebrows, nose, cheeks, and chin. I started to cry. There was a tenderness in my heart that I had never known before. It was clear to me I'd be out of here soon. I would go and I would never come back. Dreams? Did this guy sitting across from me have any dreams? Why should I care? He's nothing to me. I have 2 teenage kids. I don't even know their dreams. My wife? She does her thing. I do mine. I'm perspiring now. I'm breathing hard. The instructor tells us to stop. And now he says, this is the last part of the exercise. Let your partner know what they were thinking and feeling. The sightless person will go first. This is the best part. My partner's name was Henry. He told me that at first he felt left out because he had no partner. And then I showed up. He was glad I did. He says, your heart is very lonely. You want more love in your life. I felt the same way you did when I first came here. But now I'm not afraid of who I am anymore. You might want to spend more time down here. I looked across at this young, sightless Henry and cried openly. I had never known a place where you are known like this in my entire life. The only thing I remember saying to Henry was, your eyes are brown, your eyes are light. He's probably the first person whose eyes I will never forget. Because you see, I was the blind man. It was he who had the vision to see who he was. Well, the meeting came to an end. I picked up my stuff. The instructor smiled and said, oh, by the way, this is the first time I've ever run an evening like this. It's my first day. I was waiting for instructions. I guess you had them? When they didn't, I just had to wing it. I thought you were one of the regular volunteers. I'm so sorry. I haven't told anyone, not even my secretary. I now go to the Blind Institute 2 nights a week. I can't explain it, but I think I'm actually starting to feel love for people. Please don't tell anybody on Wall Street. Wow. Is that maybe you? There's a Convene CEO that I know very well that said, I used to see people as a unit of production, people who just get things done for me. And now I see them as a valuable part of our enterprise that makes the enterprise work. So what about you? What about your team? All of us at Convene have a prayer for you. It kind of goes like this. We pray that your business would be about leaders, women and men living in community, making culture better so that humans can flourish, and your workers, customers, and vendors could maybe, just maybe, have the curtains pulled back on the meaning and purpose of life. When that happens, your company, your county, your city, your community, and maybe, just maybe, if we work together, the entire world could be changed as we move towards God's ordained purposes. So I have some questions as we get ready to hear from Dr. Paul White in just a minute. What are the mops or tools in your business that may need tuning up? Where is there needing to be some course correction? Where might you not be treating your employees with dignity and value and respect? Where, because of COVID-19 in 2020, somewhere in the world, you're more worried about the coronavirus then you're worried about the people who might get the coronavirus. And as leaders to the Master Jesus, we're apprentices to the Master Jesus. We're not here just to make a living. You're not here just to build a big retirement nest egg. You're here to breathe life into the souls of our team members. The story is told by Max De Pree in his book Leadership Jazz about a millwright. And the story goes like this. Employee at Herman Miller, the company that makes office furniture, died. Max De Pree, the president, was at the home for the wake, and the woman who was the widow said to Max, "Here, would you like to read some of his poetry?" Max basically said, "Poetry? I didn't know he wrote poetry. I didn't know he was a poet." And Max, in the way that only Max can, writes in his book, Leadership Jazz, he says, "Was he a millwright who worked at Herman Miller who was also a poet? Or was he a poet who worked at Herman Miller?" That's my question for you. Do you know your employees? Do you know their names? Do you know their kids' names? Do you know their spouse's name? Do you love and value and appreciate them? That's what we're going to be talking about today. There's a friend of mine, Steve Bell, because we're remote. We didn't want to try to dial him in live, but we did the next best thing and we grabbed a video where he sings a song that kind of sums everything up. It basically is called Kindness, and it says Christ has no body here on earth except for you. So let's roll that tape.
Christ has no body here but ours, no hands, no feet here on earth but ours. Ours the eyes through which he looks on this world with kindness. Ours are the hands through which he works. Ours are the feet on which he moves. Ours the voices through which he speaks to this world with kindness. Through our touch, our smile, our listening ear, embodied in us, Jesus is living here. Let us go now, inspirited, into this world with kindness.
Well, there is a song that you want to run out to wherever you get your music from and download. Christ has no body here but ours. No hands, no feet here on earth but ours. Ours are the eyes through which he looks. Ours are the hands through which he works. Ours are the feet on which he moves. Ours are the voices through which he speaks. So I hope you think and pray about those things that I've shared. I'm just the opening act, though. The real steak and potatoes is about to happen. And we've told you in advance that you can interact with the speaker as they're talking by texting us your questions. To do that, you simply need to opt in. You text the word C Corp or CCORP, C Corp 222 to the short code on your phone 22333. So instead of a phone number, you type in 22333. You'll get a message, and you text the word CCORP 222. And that's on the bottom of your screen. So I'm excited to introduce Paul White. Paul, thanks for being with us today.
You bet.
Paul is a Christian psychologist, author, leadership trainer, And a tagline for Paul is he makes relationships work. He's a co-author of 3 books with Gary Chapman, the author of the New York Times bestseller 5 Love Languages. If you're a guy, that means you've gotten that book from your wife and you should read it. They wrote together a book that is a companion type book, The 5 Languages of Appreciation in the Workplace. And they sold over 500,000 copies. Paul has written articles for Businessweek, Fortune, Entrepreneur, Fast Company, U.S. News and World, basically all the publications. He's taught around the world for Microsoft, NASA, Hewlett-Packard, the CDC, our beloved CDC, the Exxon Mobil Corporation, and more. His work has been used by all kinds of companies, from for-profit to nonprofit. He's spoken in 60 countries. He's married for 40 years. He's the father of 4 children. He's with us from Wichita, Kansas. He works with the Navigators, Crown Ministry, and his church. And recently, Paul, I'm so excited about this, you surveyed 88,000 people around the idea of remote work. We used to think that didn't matter. Now it matters to everybody. So welcome, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Greg. I'm glad to be with you. And I want to correct one thing. I haven't spoken in 60 countries. Our materials are used in 60 countries.
Okay.
I wish I could.
Well, I'm glad you didn't have to fly there.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Paul, you worked with Gary Chapman, as I kind of facetiously said, the author that we all hear about from our spouses, 5 Love Languages, and you translated the 5 love languages, which are really, really, really important, into the workplace. How did that come about?
Yeah, so first of all, Gary is a great guy. He's I would say, the consummate gentleman in so many ways, and it's been a privilege to work with him. I'm a psychologist by training, but I actually grew up in the context of a family-owned business.
Wow.
And wound up consulting with family-owned businesses around the country that dealing with the family issues that are interrelated with business succession and wealth transfer and that kind of thing. And I was working with a company in North Carolina, a highway construction company, and met with the CEO, the dad, the patriarch, and asked him, how's the transition going? And he said, it's going well. My son's stepping up. I think we're going to make it work and keep going. And I walked across the hall and talked to his son and asked him the same question. And he said, this is a disaster. It's never going to work. I can't ever please my dad, and I just don't know what I'm going to do. And so, they were obviously missing each other. And at the same time, my wife and I were going through the 5 love languages, I think probably maybe for the 5th or 6th time, because I'm a slow learner in those kinds of issues. I thought, well, I wonder if this could apply in work-based relationships. So I actually pursued Dr. Chapman for over a year and pitched the idea, and we wound up working together and developed our online assessment, which developed and have 250,000 people that have taken it worldwide, and then wrote the book together, and it's sort of going from there.
Wow. Well, it's obviously needed because 500,000 people bought the book, and your resources are used by Fortune 100 companies, small business, virtually every type of industry. I'm excited to have you share with everybody what you learned. So tell us about that.
Yeah, and I'm having problems with my slide thing here, so I want to get that going. There we go.
There you go.
One of the things that we learned is that leaders misunderstand the purpose of appreciation in the workplace, that they think it's about making people feel good, and that's nice if that happens, but that's not really the primary purpose in this situation. What we found is that when team members feel valued and appreciated, good results follow. And in our book, the second chapter is based on all 50 plus research studies that show the ROI for appreciation in the workplace. And let me just share a few. I mean, first of all, when people feel valued, tardiness and absenteeism declines. That people show up, they don't call in for sick as much. It improves the relationships, both between supervisor and employees and coworkers, that there's more just sort of a sense of positivity that goes on, obviously. One of the key things that I think is interesting is that it diminishes internal tension and conflict over the stupid little things that really don't matter. I mean, whether a person has a window or the size of their monitor or, they need a new uniform and so forth, that those kinds of interfering kinds of things diminish and go away. We have good research from Gallup and others that shows that when people feel valued, it increases productivity, and that it also decreases things like on-the-job accidents and employee theft, and it reduces staff turnover, which we know is one of the most costly, non-productive cost to a business. And in fact, most business leaders think that people leave for more money most of the time, and that's actually not true. We actually have research that shows that 79% of the people who leave a job voluntarily cite a lack of appreciation as one of the key factors for leaving. So it's a
Wow.
huge factor in being able to keep the team members that you really want to have there.
Wow, that's a stunning statistic. 80% of people who leave because they don't feel appreciated. Thanks for the work you've done to find that out.
Yeah, and the other part that then happens is that we know that when people feel valued, customer satisfaction ratings go up because the team members sort of actually engage with the customer and make sure they get the problem solved versus just handing it off or sending them someplace else. And that we also know that profitability rises. That one study across a number of corporations showed that all of these factors together, it's not just productivity, but all the other kinds of things that help the organization function better. Profitability went up 22% on average.
Wow.
So good things happen. And I think that's one of the main lessons we learned is that, appreciation makes business sense. It's not just about, helping people feel good and sort of the touchy-feely approach. But the other part that's really important is that most people think employee recognition and appreciation are essentially the same. And we know that that's not true. I mean, they overlap some, but, over 90% of corporations in the U.S. have some form of employee recognition. It might be as small as just sending out an automatic email on their birthday. But we know that most employee recognition programs don't work in this sense. They don't work in making individuals feel appreciated, which is valid because that's not what they were created for. Actually, they do increase productivity and reaching goals when they're set up appropriately and applied consistently, which is not always the case. But as far as making somebody, an individual, feel appreciated, that's not really what they do. Sort of like this guy says, every time you do something right, I'll punch you a rewards card. And when you reach 10,000 punches, you earn a high five. And unfortunately, that's sort of what a lot of recognition programs are like. You sort of have to do a lot of things to get not much beyond that. And other research that sort of fascinates me is that 65% of North Americans say that they haven't received any recognition at their workplace in the past year. And when I first saw that, I'm like, how can that be? Because, we have all these recognition programs. But I think the key word or term is that they haven't received it. I think we do things. There's obviously activities and so forth, but it's not hitting the mark. It's not getting to them. And I think that's the core of that matter. Now, a lot of leaders say, well, we have a pretty good program. We can do other kinds of things, and I think we do pretty well. Well, another research study showed that 51% of managers think they do a pretty good job of recognizing employees for work well done. I like this statistic because it feels realistic. It's not, 90% of managers say they're doing a great job, but about half say I'm doing pretty good. The problem is that only 17% of the people who work for them say that they feel like the manager's doing a good job. So again, there's a disconnect there. And trying to figure out what's up about that and what's creating that. So as we've gone along, we have some training processes and materials, and we go fairly deep into the difference between recognition and appreciation. But a lot of people say, I'll just net it out for me. What's sort of the core difference here? And from our perspective, at least, we believe that recognition really is about performance, and that's a good thing, and it helps improve performance, and we want that to happen. We want people to do their work, do it well, and maybe more frequently or quickly, and that's great. But we really believe that appreciation as a whole is about a person. It can include performance, but we found that 10 to 15% of all the people who get recognized for good performance are at the top. I mean, it's only about 10 or 15% of the organization that get that kind of recognition, and they tend to be the same people over and over. And what happens is then you have this big group of middle people about 40 or 50% who are good people, who are good employees, who are doing their job. They're doing, a good job and the best that they can, but they're not at the top level and they don't hear anything. And so we really feel like, and have found that it's really important to be able to focus on them, and that it's not just about work. There are some characteristics that we value about people but aren't related to performance. Personally, I like to work with cheerful people more than grumpy people, but that doesn't necessarily show up on their evaluation sheet at the end of the quarter or the year.
Right.
And so we want to show appreciation for that.
Sweet.
And,
well,
I think let me just say one thing that ties into what you were saying earlier is that, as a Christian, I think we have sort of a leg up on our non-following friends and cousins, as we would call them, in that we have a reason for valuing people. And like you said, we believe that people have just inherent value because we're created in the image of God. There are a lot of what I would sort of call humanists that believe in the value of people, but they don't really have much of a basis for it. They just sort of assign value, which is great. But I think this really helps us drive what we're doing and say, whether or not they're a star performer or if they're struggling, they still have value, and I can show appreciation to them for that.
yeah. I'm reminded of the C.S. Lewis quote that I think everybody's heard, you'll never meet a mere mortal. Many of us are vaguely familiar, or some very familiar, with the 5 love languages, but the 5 languages of appreciation are not exactly the same. So would you share with us what they are?
Sure. Actually, they're the same in name as the 5 love languages. So we've got words of affirmation, quality time, acts of service, tangible gifts, and yes, even physical touch, which is always a fun one to talk about, especially in times of COVID and distancing. But they look differently in their application in daily life and in personal relationships. And let me just share some brief sort of examples of each. First of all, it's sort of the underlying core principles that not everybody feels appreciated in the same way. It's just like we don't all have the same love language. And so we need to sort of communicate in the ways that are important to the other person. And words of affirmation are pretty simple to understand. They're words that are affirming, and it can be communicated, face-to-face in person. More and more, we're doing things sort of electronically through text or email. And it's interesting to note that we have over 250,000 people have taken our online assessment. And so we have some good data about what do people prefer. And words is the most commonly preferred appreciation language. 46% of all employees cite that as their primary one. I think there's some acculturation issues in there, but, and it's a big group, but it's still less than half of the whole group of employees. So if we only use words, we're missing at least half of our team members. So words are just saying good things. We have tens of thousands of people on our newsletter list, and we send out polls occasionally, and we ask what people don't like to hear. And one of the things they don't like to hear is good job.
Oh
and
my.
The reason is it's just too vague, too impersonal. Anybody can say it, doesn't take a lot of thought. And so one of the keys for words to be really truly impactful is that they need to be specific. And we teach a model of using a person's name, tell them specifically what you value, and thirdly, why it's important, because lots of times people don't always get that. So it may be, Stephen, thanks for your help in getting cleaned up after the event so that we're good to go the next morning, and the team in the morning doesn't have to set up and clean up to get ready for their meeting.
So if I could jump in for a quick second, it seems like half the people who you think want to hear your words of affirmation don't. And the ones that do, if you're saying good job, that's not working either. So already you've helped us.
There you go. And I would say that it's not that people don't want to hear words. There are some people that don't want to hear words, but that they prefer other things more.
Yeah.
And so we want to be able to deliver it in the way that's meaningful. Now, one of the things we have to understand that for a lot of organizations, especially employee recognition, they'll have a public, celebration and show appreciation to somebody by having them come up. We actually know that 30 to 40% of all employees do not want to go up front in front of a large group. It's higher for smaller groups of like administrative assistants. It's about 60%. Librarians, which most of you don't employ, it's 90%. But sort of the high performing salespeople, they're like, where's the camera and TVs, bring it on, but they're not representative of most people. And so we want to be sure and send the messages in a way that are acceptable to the recipient. So quality time is the second language, and it doesn't take a lot of time. There's actually different varieties. There's sort of focused attention. It's being able to get individual time with a person that you value, either to share ideas, to ask questions, to learn from, and a number of people enjoy that. More and more, however, people want to hang out with their colleagues and peers. In fact, for younger employees, we've sort of moved from, there used to be saying that people don't leave a job, they leave a manager. That's less true than it used to be, because younger employees really value peer time and hanging out. In fact, I had one tell me, said, I don't want time with my supervisor, they're sort of intense and I'm shy, but I like to go hang out with my friends. And so I tell managers and leaders, just because one of your team members has quality time as their language doesn't mean they want time with you. You may be great, you may be wonderful, but don't assume that. And quality time comes up about 26% of the time, so about 1 out of every 4 employees. And you don't have to panic. It takes a lot of time. I had one CFO tell me, she said, my language is quality time, and all I really need is somebody to stop by and check in and see how I'm doing. After 5 minutes, I'm booting them because I got too much work to do. So it's not like you're committing to be their best friend and hang out all the time. Acts of services is the third language, and it's not rescuing a low performing employee. It's more just small acts that can make a colleague's day go better. And probably the easiest example of this is when you're on a time-limited project and you're pushing to get things done, and you're just working hard. What's something somebody could do to help make that go better, and help not just encourage you with words, but actually throw in and help out. Acts of service is about 22% of the employee workforce. I had one CEO, he said, my language is get her done. He said, don't tell me stuff, don't give me stuff, just to help me get things done. Acts of service is an interesting one in that it differs a lot in each work setting and even roles within it. It could be as simple as, maybe doing some clerical work, copying or printing or whatever, so that you can keep focused on creating the issues. It might be in manufacturing, sort of helping commit to use some time to help get a project done that needs to be done at the end of the day. Or it could be as simple as sharing some advice and input on how to, solve this problem or project. So there's lots of different ways that acts of service can help out. And these are the people that sometimes don't like words. They're sort of like, words are cheap, don't tell me you care, show me. And so you have to be careful about that.
Got it.
Tangible gifts. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, no, I was just going to say, again, if a CEO keeps giving gifts to people who want some time with their colleagues or time with their boss, it's another miss. So
Absolutely.
this work you've done is invaluable.
Well, and I'm thankful for the opportunity, and it seems like it does hit a mark because it just continues to grow, and so we're pleased to be able to help people improve their workplace relationships. And ultimately, the goal is to be able to show the love of Christ practically, and that's what we're about.
Yeah.
Tangible gifts is the next language, and it's not typically, a gift in a package. Actually, the most common one is something different, and it's based on small things to show you're getting to know your colleagues and what they like. It's about them as a person. It's not compensation, it's not bonuses, it's not raises, it's not sending them to Hawaii when we get to travel again. But the number one tangible gift is food. That, you bring in somebody's favorite coffee, or you maybe bring in bagels or pizza for a snack. If you do that, you find out what different people like versus just getting everybody the same thing, and you can individualize it that way. Second most common tangible gift is a gift card. It doesn't have to be much, 10, maybe $20, and team members can go together and pitch in on it. it's interesting. We did some research and we found that some people like sort of generic cards, like a Visa card or an Amazon card, where others like specific cards to a place that they shop so that they won't spend it on generic, household goods and so forth. So
Yeah.
again, we have this assessment and we identify not only the language, but the specific actions that are important to the individual so you can hit the mark. Another type of tangible gift is finding out about their hobbies and their interests and maybe getting them one of those magazines at the grocery store or the pharmacy where, maybe they're planting a garden or they're learning about hunting or training for a 10K and you get them a running magazine. So this is where it really is about, it's the thought that counts, not how much you spend. Because the way that you offend somebody that likes gifts is you give everybody the same thing. As you said, though, employers often sort of default to gifts because we've sort of been taught that from the rewards recognition people, but only 6% of employees really choose tangible gifts as the primary way they want to be shown appreciation, because if they never hear anything, nobody ever stops by to see them, never helps them out, a gift feels pretty superficial. Having said that, gifts, in addition to their other language, can be really impactful, especially when it's personal.
Okay, I have a quick crazy story. I was with a bunch of leaders at the Center for Creative Leadership. We had psychologists around the people for the whole week, and this guy kept saying, "Hey, I give people money, I give people money, I give people money. Every Christmas I give them money." And so we said, "Why don't you ask them what they want?" And so he came back 3 months later, and he was basically in tears saying, I never knew. I said, what did you never know? He said, I asked this guy what he wanted, and he said he wanted a barbecue. And so he changed his whole recognition to not giving money, but asking people, if you meet your goals, what would you like to get? And everybody said something different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Physical touch is the one that makes people feel a little bit awkward, and understandably so. When I'm talking to HR people, we have paramedics there because they think, oh, we're going to get sued, and they panic. But we're talking about appropriate physical touch, not sort of that weird hug that comes up behind you. And appropriate physical touch in the workplace, we wondered whether we were going to include it or not, but we found out two things. One is we didn't want to create a touchless society, even in the workplace, because we know appropriate touch in the right relationship in the right time can be quite meaningful and even healing. And also it happens, and it's mainly spontaneous celebration, right? I mean, it's, sort of a high five. We'll see what happens after COVID. I've tried to backhand high five. That doesn't really work very well. It doesn't feel good. The elbow thing doesn't seem to work. But fist bumps still seem to be the thing that people like. And it differs regionally. I mean, I work in New York and New Jersey, and, they just sort of nod across the room and say, hey, that's close enough for them. And then in the South and Southern California, you have more physical touch, but it's still less than 1% of the population. So it's not a big deal, but for people that, especially I had one CEO tell me, and he was the CEO of a hospital, and his team said, I don't know if he's going to like this 5-language stuff. And he surprised me. He said, I really miss that you didn't have physical touch as part of your inventory, because we pulled it out because it's so low and because of the sexual implications that can be there. And he said, I miss it because he was a former athlete, and he was used to hugging and high-fiving and everything after celebrating a touchdown or whatever, and he missed that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm excited about the next part, maybe more than anything. You've done a lot of research that you've continuously done, and it's all around appreciation, as we've been talking about. But we have, over the last 4 months, moved into the world of remote. What we thought was not optimum, was not okay, was not something we'd ever want to do, was second best, is now every day, everywhere, everybody. And so what are some key principles you've uncovered about remote workers?
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, we did research even before this COVID thing about comparing people who were on-site versus remote, and how do they want to be shown appreciation? Because, how do you spend quality time or do an active service for somebody who's working off-site? And basically we found that the general patterns are similar, that words is still the most frequently chosen, time and acts of service come up, but that actually desire for quality time increased among remote employees, and which again, creates a dilemma of how do you deal with this. And what we found in follow-up interviews and polls was that some keys were there. First of all, and remember this is pre-COVID, that they wanted to connect at least occasionally by video. At that point in time, most of the communication with remote employees was, by phone, email, text, and very infrequently maybe a video conference, especially team meetings. But they really value, and I think people still do, especially more at a personal level, connecting and being able to see each other's face and facial expressions and so forth. A key aspect we found is that to really communicate appreciation to remote employees, you have to be proactive, because you don't have those spontaneous interactions where you walk by their office and you stick your head in the office and say, hey, how you doing? Or you don't see them in the break room or coming in from work. And so you just don't see them. You don't have those sort of serendipitous interactions. And so to make it happen, you have to think about it and sort of proactively plan it. And part of that is that remote workers don't just want to hear from their supervisor and manager, that they want to hear from their colleagues and also be able to interact with them. So it's not just about the manager, and that we need to include, interactions either individually between colleagues or as teams. And a key aspect is that it needs to be personal. Most remote communication is about tasks, about getting things done, about the project, about the spreadsheets and, the P&Ls and what we need to do. But they don't really have those kinds of personal interactions where you're chatting with somebody and say, hey, what did you do this weekend? Or, how are the kids' soccer teams going? Or you talk about sports and so forth when those happen again. And we found that, again, you have to be proactive to find out about them. Otherwise, they just start to feel, like you said, like a production unit. It's just all about getting things done, and nobody ever asks about them. And that's even more and more true, and I'll show you in a second about the working from home employees, that we've got to connect with them at a personal level. But I can tell you that some research that we're doing and some other articles that just came out in the Wall Street Journal shows that it's tough to do to keep connected when people are on site, because it takes more time and effort. So this spring, when COVID hit, we launched a research project and surveyed, I forget what the initial number was, of several hundred, just a one-time study. And then we found a national study of individuals that we followed over 4 weeks, and to find out what was going on with them. And one of the things we have to remember is that working from home is different than just being remote, because they're working from home, right? And it's sort of that you have all those additional issues. We also have the sort of the survey of around us of the health concerns and people concerned about their own health, their kids, their parents, the financial difficulties that result if your spouse or significant other maybe got laid off, or they're on furlough, creates stress that way. The other part about remote working from home is we have this whole personal social isolation. It's not just that you're not seeing people from work, you're not connecting with extended family, friends, community. And so it's a very different kind of situation. And then obviously we have the whole child care and school challenges that both were there and are coming up. And so it's a bigger deal than just being off-site. So, I'm supposedly the appreciation guy, but I would say that appreciation is less needed now, and the need of the moment is encouragement and support. But the two really are related, that both the goal of appreciation and encouragement are about supporting others, but the difference is this, that appreciation is about the past, right? That, you're thankful for what they've done or the character that they've displayed, while encouragement is really about the present and the future. And I think that's where we are, both as organizations and employees and leaders, that we're just trying to get through today and this week. And yeah, I appreciate what you did, but it's more about focusing on the moment. And fortunately, the 5 languages apply to encouragement. I mean, it's basically the same things, it's just that you're focusing on the now. So research that we found from this group that we followed over 4 weeks is, again, the need to proactively reach out. That we actually compared the mental health levels of people who were doing well versus who weren't doing well, self-reported around anxiety, depression, hopelessness, and so forth. And the people who were doing better both had individuals, colleagues, managers reaching out to them, and they also were reaching out to others. It was a two-way street. So that's really a key part. Otherwise, you're just sort of out there on your own.
Wow.
And it's sort of like this guy says, no, I don't get lonely working from home, not since I hired my assistant, Mr. Big Ears. I mean, we don't want people to sort of go into the fantasy world of trying to meet their needs in ways that aren't.
Yeah. So if I can put a practical to-do item in front of everybody for a quick minute, based on what your research is showing, at 12:01 today, when our seminar is over, people should hang up, go grab a sandwich, get a cup of coffee, and start calling their employees and saying, I just wanted to encourage you.
Something would be a good place to start.
Yep.
And we'll sort of tidy that down in just a minute.
Perfect.
The other part is that, like I said, it's not just about you, because one of the things we're going to reemphasize is that the responsibility for all of this is not just on managers and leaders. It's too much weight for all of us to carry on our own. And we need to help structure team members staying connected at a personal level. So it's not just about us. So, I encourage my team members to connect with each other either by phone or video conference, or they've even had meetings without me. It's not just about you. So try to facilitate team members staying connected with one another. And the other issue that we have to pay attention to is just the overall cultural context of the instability of life right now, which leads to unpredictability, right? I mean, if we can't figure out sort of what's going on and where things are going, that then creates anxiety. And that was another major finding, not a surprise. I sort of say psychologists major in the obvious sometimes, that people are feeling anxious about a lot of different things, about their work future, about finances, about health, about the issue with school, and it's just an overriding issue that we need to pay attention to. And I can tell you, I mean, as a leader myself, I have to manage this, and I'm sure most of you all do too. But one of the main things that you can do for your people is give them tools to deal with anxiety and how to think about it and manage it. And if we have time here at the end, I can maybe share one point, but I want to make sure we get through the main stuff here. One last point about the research is that there were some real significant positives. In fact, this was the most intense finding, is that people really, really, really like not having to commute as much, and the time that gives them either with their family or for personal things, and also the flexibility about working from home, that if they need to take a break, they could take a break by walking their dog versus just walking around the office or whatever. And that's both good, but it creates some challenges for us as we hopefully move out of this phase and stage of people wanting to work from home. I don't think it's going to typically work for people to do it full time, most of them, but maybe a day a week or every other week or something like that. But that's going to be a management issue to have to deal with.
Okay.
So,
just a quick question then. We've shared the 5 languages of appreciation. We've shared the how to help people who are working from home. Any other aspects of appreciation you want to make sure people understand?
Yeah, the 2 core components I want to make sure we get in there is that appreciation needs to be communicated in the ways that are important to the recipient. Okay, it's not about you. It's not about how you like to be shown appreciation. And so we have to help people sort of grow in that. It's called perspective taking ability, being able to see situation from somebody else's point of view. So that's where we created our online assessment called the Motivating by Appreciation Inventory. And a code for it comes with the book, or you can buy just codes for your team members. We've created different versions for different settings, a remote version, medical, government, schools, churches and ministries. And it identifies the person's primary language of appreciation, their secondary, so those 2 together are really powerful. Their least valued language, which is sort of the blind spots, the one you don't think about, but you have people around you that value that. Like I said, the specific actions within the language, because there's a difference of whether somebody wants individual time or time with their group, or they don't want to be even praised in front of their team, and they just want it all private. And then also how you don't want to be appreciated, because we don't want to make mistakes in trying to do something good, and then we sort of screw it up, right? The second core part is that, like I was saying, appreciation isn't the sole responsibility of managers and leaders. And so a key change that we made in our process early on was that we want to teach everyone how to show appreciation to each other. It's not just top down. And so we've created resources like a group profile that's available that you can plot people's language and so forth on it that way.
Wow, what an exciting tool that you could actually have a roadmap to understanding how to appreciate people. You've shared some practical principles based on years of observation and research. I love that one study was 250,000 people, I think. Did I get that right? And another study, 88,000 people. How does this information relate to the fact that many of the people listening are people of faith, people who are saying, I want to honor God as I value people? Maybe they're feeling like, I need to brush up on these things. How does this information relate to our faith in Christ?
Well, for me, I mean, it's core. And one of the key aspects for me, like I said earlier, was I get excited about giving people tools of how to practically show the love of Christ to the people they work with. And, you know, Christ, with the golden rule, told us, we should do others as we'd like to have done to us. And so, yeah, we need to motivate ourselves, but it's nice to know, at least occasionally, somebody else values what we do. And so being able to communicate that in a way that's meaningful to them is important. Just the whole issue of kindness, and I appreciated what you shared earlier about just the core aspect of treating people kindly. It makes sense to not just say thank you, but to be specific about it and say, man, I really appreciate all the hard work that you really did on that project, or the way you dealt with that difficult client and customer. And also, because a lot of people think appreciation is primarily verbal, that you just say things. It really is not just with words, but also actions. And so I'm excited about being able to give people the information and tools to be able to apply that in a very practical way. So potential action steps, I'm all about practicality. If we don't get there, that it's a waste of time. I say start somewhere with somebody. You don't have to make a list of 10 people you got to call today. I would say find out one person, think about one person. Here's some ways to think about it. Either somebody that if they didn't do what they did, your daily life would be a lot tougher, right? They're just sort of there and they help serve you and make things go. Could be somebody that's discouraged and that, man, they've been working hard and just they keep running into obstacles, and a word or an act of encouragement would be helpful to them. It might be somebody that, is just your right-hand person, that it would just be a sort of an easy start for you, just to say, oh, I know I appreciate them and I want to communicate it. But be sure and be specific about it, right? And then also tell them why it's important to you or the organization or your customer. And the other action step, and I guess, take a minute and just think about that, about who would be good to communicate with. And you can either do it verbally, you can do it written, whatever works for you. And then the other thing is to maybe get some more information, and I'd like to make it easy for you. You can just email me at yesdrpaul@gmail.com. So yes, Dr. Paul Gmail. Put convene in the subject line because I speak to different groups, and I'd be glad to send you a sample report of our remote MBA so you can see what that looks like. Or if you want, I'd be glad to send you a free code to take it for yourself. Some of you may not feel like you have time to do that. It takes about 15, 20 minutes. But I'd be willing to do that. I'll give you the handout version of the slides here so you can easily share it with others, and then give you some other information about training resources that we have and so forth. So.
Wow. That's so exciting. I'm so thankful that you took time to be with us. So if people want to write you, just yesdrpaul@gmail.com, and you'll send them a code to take the survey. And then they can buy the book, 5 Languages of Appreciation in the Workplace, probably available from Amazon, who's, I think, selling 20% of the goods in America or something like that. And maybe need to do a little reading of your book, from what I understand, in the warehouse. But anyway, the survey is an important tool that people can use to find out what their people think. And I'm going to be real gauche and ask our tech team, Nolan, are there any questions from the audience that have been texted in? No? Okay. So we have another couple minutes, Paul. I'm pretty fascinated with 1 John 3:18. Let us not love with just words or speech, but with actions and truth. I love how God's word always comes back to tell us what is true. And here in this verse, it's very clear that there's multiple ways to say thank you to people. So your research is groundbreaking, hundreds of thousands of people, based on biblical truth. And I'm really, really glad that we got to spend some time. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with our remaining minute or two?
Well, this is a little bit off point, but it relates to the thing you just said. You know, as a psychologist, and having worked in this field for 30 years now, you know, there are times when research comes out that seems to contradict Scripture. Whenever that happens, I would just say, wait. Because the truth always comes out. And there was studies early on that showed that divorce was good for kids. And actually, a secular psychologist actually proved that that was not true, that they were just looking at the first relief of conflict in the first 3 months or whatever. But when you looked at the full time, it was not true. So, and we're in a time where in psychology, research is driven and biased by people's sort of priori assumptions. So not everything you read is really true. So just have that in mind and go with Scripture, stay with Scripture, and you'll be good to go.
Great. Well, Dr. Paul White, author of the 5 Languages of Appreciation in the Workplace, we're very grateful that you were here. And part of our way of saying thanks and is using your material. So if you're in a convened group somewhere in the country or in one of our virtual groups, you'll be seeing the work from 5 Languages of Appreciation that Dr. White has graciously given us approval to use in some of the content pieces coming down the line. We've got Helen Mitchell, one of our people who works on content and learning material, who's buried in her office, combing through your book, looking at the stuff you sent her, and she's from the Talbot Center for Faith and Work at Biola University. Got an MBA and an MDiv, and she's working on turning your piece into content. So thanks so much for being with us. We're very grateful. And again, if you want to get in touch with Paul, yes, Dr. Paul at gmail.com. Thanks again.
Yeah, and Greg, just let me conclude with this, that Charles Schwab said the best, or the way to develop the best in a person is by appreciation and encouragement. So
Sweet.
Not that we need his approval, but it's there. And the more that you appreciate and encourage people, you're going to see the best out of it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, next up, we are going to talk to Jason Brown, who's the Chief Marketing Officer at Marketplace Chaplains. Marketplace Chaplains serves over 1,000 companies with chaplaincy. They employ 1,700 chaplains who cover 4,300 locations across North America and interact with 300,000 people. Jason Brown, welcome.
Thank you, Greg. Good to be with you today and all of the audience.
It's an exciting thing when a CEO figures out that they don't have to be the chaplain for their organization. And you have some stories of people who have figured out that they should hire you. I like to say, Jason, that if you could create a box on your org chart that said chaplaincy, who would you put in it? Nobody has a clue, and they think they have to hire a full-time person, and a lot of people don't know they can hire marketplace chaplains and really have that position filled by your organization. So tell us what's been happening. I think you have some stories of CEOs and COVID and crisis, and I'm excited to listen to what those are. I think Jason is in Texas today, so welcome.
Welcome. Well, first, Greg, I want to say thank you and the other convened members. We've been in strategic partnership the last 15 years in the world's largest mission field, the workplace. So it's an honor to be here and help support this summit broadcast and great words of wisdom from Dr. Paul. the things I'll share with you have actually come and are coming from CEOs and HR managers and employees at convened member companies who have integrated and implemented a chaplain care team for their employees, recognizing they can't do all the things a chaplain can do, and having the chaplain care team neutral from company operations is a key component because of the confidentiality, and you want employees to be able to open up about sensitive personal issues and addictions and things they're struggling with that they're not going to take to a coworker, HR, or CEO. So it's a very easy, tangible, practical thing to implement to take care of the emotional and spiritual and mental health well-being of your employees. You know, there was a great man one time when he used to work for Biola that said, having a chaplain is the biggest no-brainer in business, and I think his name was Craig Leaf.
Okay, can we do a little bit of myth busting?
Sure.
Some people say it probably costs too much. What would you say to that?
One of your premier chairs, Jeff Abbott, actually did a study many years ago, and our costs are less than the coffee service per month. And he actually worked it out that our costs for convened member companies are less than 0.1% of your budget. So
Wow.
if you're willing to invest that into the spiritual and emotional well-being of your employees, we can do that. Now, we have 8 customizable models, Greg. We saw several years ago many employees going to remote care, and so looking forward to the next speaker on that. Over-the-road drivers, people working virtually from home. It's increasing over COVID. And we've actually, this is our fastest growth year yet, and more employees are using the chaplains than ever before. And to stay up with today's time, we have the MyChap app we've had for 5 years, but now we've integrated video chat to where an
Sweet.
employee at the touch of a button can reach their chaplain with a video chat 24 hours a day. So we're seeing great ministry with this. You know, we're in a pandemic, a COVID pandemic. Let me tell you about a bigger pandemic: isolation, anxiety, depression, and suicide. It's rampant. Harvard Business Review, many other studies, people are at work, but they're really not there. And so having a chaplain care team go and be a confidential resource for them is a big no-brainer in today's time more than ever.
Okay, Jason, we have 30 seconds. There are some people out there who are saying, I can't do this, you're going to proselytize and I'll get sued. What do you say to that?
Well, there's certain cornerstones of what chaplains will not do. Chaplains will not preach, proselytize, promote a church, judge individual lifestyle or conduct, and represent employees to management. We serve the commonalities of all people: family, life, stress, finances, addiction, suicides, and those aren't commonplace of just one segment. That's an atheist, Methodist, Muslim problems. We had a Muslim employee recently at a bank that asked their chaplains to do the funeral service for her father. So
Wow.
we care about people of all backgrounds.
Okay. Well, Stop the Press's breaking news. We've just figured out that chaplaincy, which is super vital in COVID times, costs less than a coffee service. What would people do if they want to get in touch with you, Jason?
Simply go to our website, mchapusa.com, or you can Google Marketplace Chaplains. You can contact me directly there or call our National Care Center anytime, 24 hours a day.
All right. Well, you know that I call you when I need somebody. And you've always been there.
It's a great privilege, Greg,
Yeah.
and I love you. Praying for you and your family and all the convened staff there at the headquarters and the chairs.
All right.
It's our privilege.
Jason
All
Brown, Marketplace Chaplains, thank you so much.
Thank you, Greg.
All right, I'm excited about our next guest, which is Dr. Shalette Stewart. And to keep in mind, you can interact with Shalette and ask her questions by texting the word CCORP or C Corp 222 to the short code on your phone 22333. Dr. Shalette Stewart says, we don't have a personal and a professional life. We have one life, and we have to make that life count. She's a member of the Convene Consulting Network. She's a Harvard University graduate. She's an award-winning author, business consultant, international speaker. She's been employed by Harvard Business School, the Coca-Cola Company, Bell South, and AT&T. Wow, what a resume. Her platform is centered on the mission of strategic planning and excellence. She's written the book Revelations in Business, which I'm pretty sure has the Word of God on every page. Shalette Stewart, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you so much, Greg. It is a pleasure to be with you today.
You are going to share with us principles for creating a divine culture, and we've been basically saying for the last hour that success happens with people and creating great culture. So you're going to focus on creating a divine culture. I can't wait. Shalette Stewart, let's get into it.
Thank you. So I am delighted to be with you today, and I'm so excited about this topic, Greg, of principles for creating not just a great culture, but a divine culture. So my goal is to maximize our time today. So with that said, we'll start with our anchor scripture. It's coming from the book of Proverbs, where there's no vision or revelation, the people perish. And so I think the first key point for all of us is just a reminder that a divine culture is really coming from a God-ordained vision, God-ordained revelation around what our culture should look like and what it should be for our businesses and for our organizations. So my goal today is to really equip you with insights in creating a divine culture by leveraging biblical principles, practical tools, and real-life examples from corporate America for kingdom impact, ultimately. And so we have to keep in mind that it's for a greater good and purpose. So it really is ultimately for kingdom impact. So in terms of our agenda, I'll share a brief overview of divine culture. We'll go over 5 principles for creating a divine culture, and then discuss next steps and Q&A.
Great. Let's get at it.
So, what is an organizational culture? I love this definition from Harvard Business Review. It says that organizational culture is the sum of values and rituals that serve as the glue to integrate the members, the employees of an organization. And so I want to encourage the audience today, as you think about your corporate culture, your organizational culture, think of it as the bonding agent that really bonds the entire organization in a very meaningful and authentic way. So, think about an organization that you've worked for that had great culture. It may have been the very first company that you worked for out of college or out of high school. It may, in fact, be the company that you work for now. But think about, what is the one word that best describes that culture? So, when I've shared this challenge with executives at conferences and when I'm teaching executive education courses, there are a myriad of words that come into play. I often hear fun, creative, innovative, inclusive. There's so many different adjectives, so many different terms to describe a great culture. So during my tenure at Harvard Business School, HBR Group actually conducted a 4-year study around what makes a company culture great. And so they found 5 key attributes in the research. These companies tend to put their people first. They help their workers find and pursue their own personal passions and interests. They tend to bring people together on a personal level. They have a lot of fun. And then they empower people to own their work, to really drive accountability. And then lastly, they create a space where people can be themselves. They can be their authentic selves and pursue their passions. So we, as his ambassadors in the workplace and in the marketplace, don't aspire just to have a great culture. Our aspiration is to have a divine culture. And so when we consider the meaning of the term divine, it actually means of, from, or like God. It's excellent. You know, we serve an excellent God, so our culture should exemplify excellence. So the Bible says in Proverbs 16:3 that when we commit our plans to the Lord, they will succeed. So as you think about the culture that you'd like to cultivate for your company, for your organization, make sure that it's divinely inspired, that it's God ordained. And I'll share with you some insights of how to accomplish that. But really, at the end of the day, it's about having a spiritual foundation for your commercial endeavors. It's about having a biblical foundation for your organizational initiatives. So here's a key point here I want everyone to really hone in on. Just know that your culture will be established by design or by default. The choice is yours. I have the privilege of serving as the 2020 commencement speaker for Judson University, and I'll be sharing insights with them on the topic of legacy. So just like your legacy, the same with your culture. They will be established by design or by default. So I challenge you today, as you think about the culture that you'd like to cultivate for your organization, think of it as an extension of your legacy as an individual and your legacy for the company. So, and be prayerful, thoughtful, intentional, proactive, and beginning to craft the narrative around the culture that you'd like to achieve, and begin planning. So let's get into the 5 principles for creating a divine culture. So these principles are not just coming from Harvard Business School, but they're also coming from my book, which Greg alluded to earlier, Revelations in Business, Connecting Your Business Plans with God's Purpose and Plan for Your Life. So it's been endorsed by a number of leaders, including Dan Cathy, the chairman and CEO of Chick-fil-A. So a lot of the insights that I'll share with you today are very practical and pragmatic, and they come from 8 years of research on the book. So let's dive into principle number 1. Establish the foundation for your culture. And that foundation should be love. So when you think about it, the Bible is very clear that God is love, and we are to love one another. And so the Bible is very descriptive in terms of what love is and what it is not. It's very patient, it's kind, it does not envy. So we've heard the scriptures. I believe that most of us, just as intelligent, discerning human beings, we know when something is coming out of a place of love and when it's not. So I believe the challenge for us is to go deeper. And that's what I would challenge you today, is to think more deeply about maybe some of those minor, subtle infractions that may be distracting you from getting to the culture that you like to achieve. So I'll share with you one brief example. This whole notion, this concept of respect based on hierarchy. So this is a concept that I discuss in the book, and it's one that literally I would see played out in the halls of corporate America, in higher education and academia, time and time again. And it goes a little bit like this. Picture a director walking down the halls, any hall, corporate America, any company. The director comes to an elevator, and he's just waiting for the elevator. And to his right stands a gentleman with a maintenance uniform on. He's a janitor. The director says nothing to the janitor whatsoever. No good morning, no smile, no acknowledgement. It's almost like the gentleman does not exist. But then a VP comes and stands right next to the director and waits for the elevator. And immediately the director says good morning, smiles, there's all these positive platitudes, kindness, consideration. And it's so unfortunate. The Bible says that we really should treat everyone and show everyone love and respect. So I encourage you, as you see these minor infractions, these subtle infractions, these minor micro inequities at play in your organizations, address them. Oftentimes they're very subtle, but keep in mind, people are watching. They're watching us as leaders, but more importantly, we have an important audience of one, and that's God is watching. So I encourage you to establish a foundation of love.
I have to tell you, I'm going to jump in and tell you a quick story. Because I worked for ServiceMaster for 20 years, I love talking to service workers. And when we're on vacation at a hotel, I'm walking down the hall saying, hi, how you doing? And that's a great mop. And wow, how's your day going? And way to go, the windows look great. And sometimes people that are with me say, would you stop talking to janitors? So I guess I'm too much on the other side.
And that's great. And that's what I want to encourage the audience today is we're all human beings. We all have a role to play in our respective organizations. We are all on assignment. And so no role is more important than any other too. So thank you for sharing that, Greg. That's a real life example. So let's move to principle number 2. Pray for wisdom, not direction. So the Bible says that God gives wisdom to all who ask, and he gives it liberally and without reproach. So I encourage you to pray for wisdom, not direction, in terms of your organizational culture. Again, we want it to be a divine culture. So don't follow the world's direction. So here's what I mean by that. The secular world, the business world, corporate America, Wall Street, business schools will tell you, look at that company over there. Boy, they're very successful. They have a best practice in culture. Follow them. Or look at that company there. Boy, I heard their culture is excellent. And look, their stock is going through the roof. Follow them. That's not the way to truly maximize your personal fulfillment and your professional success and significance. So I encourage you to pray and ask God to reveal the divine culture that he deems necessary for your organization. And here's the key, ladies and gentlemen, we're just stewards over his businesses, right? They're all his enterprises. They all belong to him. So it would behoove us to look to him first for guidance. So as some of you begin to pray about the divine culture that he designed and he intends for your organization, some of you will experience what I call a Psalm 46:10 confirmation. Be still and know that I am God. And so for you, it's stay the course. It's steady course, stay the course, you're on the right track. For others, you will receive an Isaiah 43:19 confirmation that he's doing a new thing in and through your organization. So for you, it's stay in tune to the Holy Spirit and follow the promptings of the Holy Spirit for that new thing that he's doing. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that new thing may be something that the world has not seen. So stay open to what he's doing. But regardless of the direction that he takes you in, just know that it will always be a Romans 8:28 experience. Truly, all things work together for the good of those who love God and are called according to his purpose.
I love it.
Great, great. So moving on to principle 3. The Bible says to write the vision and make it plain so that all who read it can run with it. So I encourage you today to write the vision for your divine culture. I advise my clients to begin with their corporate mission and vision statements, and then challenge yourself and ask yourself, what type of culture do I really need to have in place in order to facilitate the mission and especially the vision that God has given me? And then you want to be thoughtful in beginning to plan. And so start surveying. Survey your employees, survey your clients and your customers and your suppliers, because we all know that you don't necessarily have to work for an organization to have heard something about their culture. And so it will be so insightful. You ask some of your customers, what have you heard about our culture? Have you heard that it's a good company to work for? Why or why not? What are some of the areas of improvement? Don't be afraid to go deeper in getting those insights. They will be so helpful to you in the long run. And then begin to collaborate. So you're spending this time at this wonderful program today. Make sure that you share the insights with your board of directors and with your executive leadership team and within the broader organization. Begin to communicate and reinforce the vision that God has given you around your culture, because guess what? You will not be able to achieve it alone. So you need the engagement of your leaders and your managers and your frontline workers to really help it to become the glue that we talked about earlier. So write the vision for your divine culture.
I was at somebody's desk the other day, kind of peeking into their desk when they weren't there, not in, but on the top of their desk. And there was a little sticky note that said, ask others for help. And I thought, isn't that great? Because sometimes what we want is we want to do everything on our own, but that would negate God using other people to accomplish his work along with us.
So true, Greg. You know, oftentimes, especially those of us who are type A personalities, we tend to just go for it and do it and get it done and move on to the next task. But we have to understand that there's a bigger plan at place. And so it may be for some of your team members to experience and to grow and to be challenged. So engage others. Definitely engage them around their interests in creating a divine culture. So important. You can't do it alone.
Yep.
So, principle number 4, stir up the gifts that are within your team members. That's actually what Greg was just alluding to. So the Bible says that we are to stir up the gifts that are within us. So I encourage you to seek to understand your employees more deeply. And you'll recall that was one of the features of the Harvard Business Review study. Those companies really seek to understand the gifts of each individual employee. So I encourage you to understand your employees' passions and their interests and their gifts, because they could be leveraged to facilitate this divine culture that you're trying to bring about. And it's interesting, when I advise my clients to do this, they're so surprised, because oftentimes they'll learn that there's an overabundance of certain types of gifts within their organization that they had no clue. So very creative people, people who are very astute when it comes to financial stewardship, or planners at heart. And so you want to think of ways to leverage that to bring about the culture that God has ordained for you, and also for their career pathing. So it works for you and it works for them as individuals. And then last, but certainly not least, principle number 5, pursue prosperity, not profitability. Pursue prosperity, not profitability. Now, we all know that those of us who are in business, we must be profitable or we will not be in business for long. So that's indeed very important. But I always encourage leaders to take it to a higher level of excellence. So I encourage you today to pursue prosperity, because that's an overarching umbrella that includes profitability, but it includes so much more. It includes health and wellness and talented employees and loyal customers and clients and reliable suppliers, so much more. So again, I encourage you to pursue prosperity, because when you pursue prosperity, the profitability will come. So I'll share with you a quick example about Sony Pictures. And this is an example that I've shared with executives at Harvard Business School and when I'm teaching at conferences and speaking around the world. And people really understand and they get it. Now, we do know that Sony Pictures has had some challenges in recent years, but this is something that they really got right. So a few years ago, they conducted a global employee engagement survey, and they found 2 disturbing issues. The first is that their employees were hoarding information from one another. So they were not sharing information. They were very protective with their information. And it just was not an open environment. It was a very toxic environment, almost as if there was this fear of sharing information so that it would impede upon their upward mobility. So that was one. The second was they found that their employees were stressed out. And when they dug a little bit more deeper, they found that the source of the stress was communications, and specifically email. So there was this unwritten rule that employees always had to be available to respond to email, no matter how late in the evening. And so Sony Pictures, the leaders, were very proactive in addressing these issues and even going over and above those. They immediately instituted new training programs around trust, to get at that core issue, which really was trust. And that was the reason they were hoarding information. So they conducted and implemented new training programs. They established new protocols for email communications and said, if an email is sent after 6 p.m. in the evening, it's entirely acceptable for it to be responded to the next business day. And by the way, if it's an emergency, just call your colleague. And oh, by the way, not everything is an emergency. So they were very thoughtful and intentional in really defining these parameters. And then they went over and above and they established and updated their athletic facility at their corporate headquarters. And then they introduced more nutritional entrees in their cafeteria. So here they were making all these changes, and they really were focused on prosperity, overarching prosperity for the entire workforce. But guess what the impact to their bottom line was? Their medical premiums declined. So their corporate medical premiums actually went down because employees were not stressed out and going to see their physicians for stress-related illnesses. They were working out. There was a convenient workout facility. They were eating more nutritiously, at least during the working hours. And they weren't stressed out with, constant communications. So here they were focused on prosperity, a secular corporation, but it impacted their bottom line. So I encourage you to pursue prosperity. Think about what's in the best interest of your entire organization. And when you do that, profitability will come. The Bible says that the Lord delights. He takes pleasure in the prosperity of his people. So pursue prosperity. And these are just a few principles I wanted to share with you today. You're going to hear from some other speakers. And I want to encourage you that when we're sharing insights, please take notes and challenge yourself and challenge your colleagues to think about what will you do differently based on what you've heard today. Again, you want to make sure that you're getting a return on this investment. So challenge yourself. What will you do differently? And think about this. What's the one word that describes how you'd like for your corporate culture to improve? So we're all about improvement and enhancing. Some of you already have great corporate cultures. You already have a divine culture. You want to enhance it. For others, you're struggling with it. And you're really at the first level, and there's a lot of work to do, and it can be done. That's why we're here today. So think about phrasing it as, I would like for our corporate culture to be more X. And what is X for you? What is X for your organization? And again, involve your team members in that conversation. In terms of next steps, continue to pray about your divine culture. Share your notes from today's program with your leadership team. I encourage you to share the notes and the insights more broadly throughout your entire organization. Again, you want to engage your team members. You can't do it alone. And then work with your team to develop an action plan of specific strategies and tactics to bring about this divine culture. One of the aspects that I love about Convene is that there's a built-in network of like-minded leaders. So support one another, share best practices, share what's working, what's been a challenge, what are some areas of improvement, and hold one another accountable for what you're trying to accomplish. At the end of the day, what we all truly want to hear is, well done, good and faithful servant, well done. So with that said, if you'd like any additional information about my platform, my website is ShalettStewart.com. You can email me at Shalette@ShaletteStewart.com. The book Revelations in Business, Connecting Your Business Plan with God's Purpose and Plan for Your Life is available on Amazon, Kindle and hard copy format. And as Greg mentioned earlier, I'm so excited to be a part of the Convene Business Consulting Network. So I would invite you to log on to convenenow.com and take a look at all of the business consultants that are listed there. My profile is there as well as a number of other consultants. It's a wealth of support that can virtually help you with any and a myriad of challenges and opportunities in your business. So please reach out to us. With that said, I will hand it back over to you, Greg.
Well, thanks, Shalette. By God's grace, totally, a team on our side of the fence has now assembled, along with you, 19 business consultants, all the way from HR to M&A, private equity, finance, big data, and the work that you do on strategy and consulting in that area. So we're very grateful to welcome you to the Convene Consulting Network.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm excited to be a part of it and looking forward to working with everyone.
So if we were to sum up, creating a divine culture, love is foundational, pray for wisdom, write the vision, stir up the gifts, and pursue prosperity, not profit. Did I get that right?
You did.
I took
Excellent.
notes. I took notes, just like you said.
Love it.
So we don't have any questions from the audience right now. Maybe some people are thinking about writing in a question, but if you want to, again, just text the word C Corp 222 to the short code 22333. I have a question that we didn't really talk about, but I know it'll be fun to talk about. When I think of Shalette, I think of somebody who is sold out to excellence, and I think of somebody who's sold out to God's word, and you just eat up challenges like there's no tomorrow. Just recently got your doctorate from Harvard, obviously have a master's degree, but maybe you could encourage somebody who's out there saying, oh, I don't have it in me, I'm tired, I don't think I can take the next step in the journey. I see the goal, but I'm just seeing the goal as too big. What encouragement would you have for people who say, I'm tired, I'm beat, I'm worn out, but I'd love to be like Shalette someday. What caused you to keep on the journey?
Yes, that's such a good question. And it's a real life experience. We all have those feelings from time to time. I experienced that. And so what I would encourage the audience today to think about is that you are simply the vessel for his magnificent work. Just like me, just like Greg, just like everyone who's involved in this program today, we are simply vessels for his magnificent work. So when you consider it from that perspective, you're not doing the work on your own. It's not within your own human capabilities. It's God's divine, sovereign, everlasting, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent capacity and capability that's doing it through you. So the key is to just give yourself over, give your talents, everything over to God and allow him to work through you. We all feel tired at times. We all get stressed, but that's when you pray for a fresh anointing. And that's when you put it in the right perspective and think that really, this is not about me. It's not about our egos, is not about our physical capabilities. It's all about allowing God to work in and through us. So let that encourage you.
Okay. Second thought is you consult with a lot of companies. It's been a rough time for the last 4 months or so. What are you seeing out there right now as the biggest thing that you're trying to help people overcome?
Yes, it's interesting. I had the pleasure of serving in leadership roles for Harvard Business School for several years, and I just recently resigned from Harvard Business School to focus full-time on the God-given consultancy that God has given me to really serve as my calling. And so it's my own consultancy, Steward Consulting, and the mission is strategic planning excellence. And here's what I'm finding, Greg, is that so many companies, nonprofits, higher education institutions, they really need to pivot during this time. We're dealing with a global pandemic. And in order to not just survive, but thrive, there's a need to update business models. There's a need to refresh your strategic business plans. There's a need to write a strategic business plan if you don't have one. And so that's my mission. That's my calling. That's what I enjoy doing. My doctoral dissertation was on strategic business planning. So I look at this as they need support in developing their business plans, their ministry plans. And so that's what I'm focusing on now. And I'm finding that people are a little bit more open to considering more unique models for their business and for their nonprofits, Greg, primarily because they have to. So even though this is a challenging time for us, even globally, it's a time of opportunity. So I would encourage the audience today to look for those opportunities and lean on myself, lean on Greg and the Convene Business Consulting Network, and allow us to help you through these challenging, unprecedented times.
Great. Well, talk to the person who's out there who says, listen, great for you, but for me, Sunday is Sunday. Monday to Friday is Monday to Friday. I start my work on Sunday afternoon planning for Monday. I'm super tired by Friday and I go to church again, but the two things just don't have anything to do with each other. But Shalette, literally every page of your book is full of scripture. What would you say to that person who says, my life is bifurcated spiritually and work-wise?
Yes, I believe that's so unfortunate, and I would really be disturbed if a kingdom ambassador, one of his ambassadors in the workplace, in the marketplace like us, had that viewpoint, because truly business is ministry and should be treated as such. I alluded to the fact earlier that we're simply stewards over his businesses, whether we're working in corporate America or higher education or running our own private firms. They're still his businesses if you are a believer. So I would encourage you to expand your mindset and your perspective and look at business as ministry. It's for a higher purpose. And believe it or not, it's for his purpose. It's not even for ours. It's not even about the bottom line. It's not about our families. It's not about us. It's about his kingdom purpose. And so you can't achieve his kingdom purpose by leaving a great percentage of your time and your life outside of the realm of God and his word. So I would encourage you to have a broader perspective and look at business as ministry.
How about if we talk a little bit, because we've got a little bit of time left, we've got about 9 minutes or so left. What about some of the chapters in your book? Because right now, for example, people's marketing plans might be a little stale because they're not selling enough of whatever service or product they have. What are some of the things in your book about, let's say, marketing? Can we jump in there for a second?
Sure. So I have the pleasure of, for several years now, serving as a keynote speaker at the Convene forums around the country, and it's always a joy. And I've even served as a keynote speaker for the Convene Summit. And so I shared many of the insights from my 8 years of research and writing the book. And so when it comes to marketing, one insight that I've shared around the world, I continue to reinforce this, is that during this time when you may have some marketing challenges because of the global challenges and the national challenges that we're dealing with, I would encourage you to think about what I call the 5th P of marketing. We've all heard of the proverbial 4 Ps: price, product, place, and promotion. But I encourage you to think about the 5th P, which I introduce in the book, as your platform. And what I mean by that is, at the end of the day, what is it that you stand for that's kingdom centric? So before you start to push your product or your service, what do you as a leader stand for as your platform? And what does the company, what does the organization stand for? And this actually lends itself to the whole topic today around culture, because before you can really devise and cultivate a meaningful and authentic culture for your organization, you must stand for something. And so love is the foundation, but for you as a leader, what do you stand for that's kingdom centric? So I would encourage you to use this time wisely and just go deeper in prayer around what is it that you truly stand for at the end of the day that's kingdom centric.
Sweet. And if there's somebody listening who would say, listen, I think I have a great marketing plan, I think I have a great strategy, I think I have a great culture, but there's not a single thing in any of my documents that have anything to do with a faith foundation. Could you help them with that?
Yes, absolutely. So when I'm sharing with my clients, my approach to strategic planning is Christian worldview strategic planning. So for example, when you're writing your mission and vision statement for your company, share how to develop a clear, concise mission and vision statement for your company. But then we look at, what does the Word of God say? Habakkuk 2 says to write the vision and make it plain. So it's that balance of really practical, pragmatic insights to help you develop a business plan, but based on the Word of God. So many of my clients are faith-based organizations. But Greg, as you know, you can be a faith-based organization, but not be as overt in calling out biblical scripture, let's say in your mission or vision statement. So we have some companies like Chick-fil-A, they do an outstanding job, and there's no denying where they stand. Hobby Lobby, no denying where they stand. There are other strong faith-based based organizations that they may not be as overt. So here's what I would say to that person who's grappling with, should I be that overt? First, follow the leading of the Holy Spirit, because he has assignments. God has assignments for all of us. And at the end of the day, it's not what you say, it's what you do. So we've heard the phrase, preach the gospel at all times, and when necessary, use words. So it's more important that you're exemplifying godly principles in your business, that you're exemplifying the love of Jesus Christ. It's so much more important what you do and how you conduct business as opposed to what you say.
Yeah, I'm remembering back to my service master days. In the olden days in Chicago, there was a head office building there that when you walked in from the outside, there was a big marble wall about 20 feet high and about 30 feet long that had all the employees that were more than 20 years, their names were etched in marble, because we said people have value. And in front of the black marble wall was an ivory-colored modernistic statue of Jesus washing the disciples' feet. Well, people would walk by when I would take healthcare administrators to tour our office in Chicago. People would walk by and say, "What's that about?" And it's an opportunity to say, well, we believe that we think people have value because people are created in the image of God. And this example of Jesus washing the disciples' feet is one of those examples. But I'm going to tell a quick story, if I may. I've always wondered about this notion of Jesus washing the disciples' feet, because does that mean I'm supposed to walk into one of my employees' office and say, "Listen, I have a towel and a bucket of water here. I'm here to wash your feet"? They might run me out of town. But I got to tell you a story. I was with the person who was the translator for Billy Graham in France, and I was at his office, an old farmhouse in the suburbs of Paris, and he said, "Greg, come on back to my office. I'd like to give you a gift." And I came back to his office, and he had built in his office or purchased an old shoe shine stand. You know those kind in the airport where you're walking by and you're sitting up high in a chair, and there's the little things you put your feet on. And so he purchased one of those, and he said, "Roll up your pant legs, jump up on the chair. I'm going to shine your shoes." And I thought, oh my gosh, that is awesome. Finally, we figured out a modern day version to washing people's feet. It's shining my shoes. So don't be surprised if somebody buys a shoe shine chair after listening to today. But isn't that a cool idea that he had?
I love that. I love that idea. It's interesting. I recall the Dallas Chamber of Commerce many years ago had Dan Cathy as the keynote speaker. And during his presentation, he actually asked for a volunteer to come up. And so a gentleman came up, and Dan Cathy got on his knees and actually shined the man's shoes. And the whole example was how to be humble, how to really be humble as a leader. As a kingdom leader, it's important to still be humble. So I love those examples.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, we have a great question from the audience that's been texted in. How does diversity play into divine business success? What a great time in our culture to be answering that question. How does diversity play into divine success?
Yes, good question. And thank you for chatting that in. So first of all, in terms of the Word of God, we serve an excellent God. So our business plans and our operations, the way that we conduct business should exemplify excellence. And diversity is actually a form of excellence. It's an example. So for instance, at Harvard Business School, we've conducted tons of studies that show that the most diverse organizations are the most successful. They have the most impactful, powerful cultures, and their bottom line shows it. And so diversity is an example of having a divine culture, because it exemplifies excellence, and we serve an excellent God. So we always want to be inclusive. Again, it goes back to not practicing respect based on hierarchy. We want to include everyone. Great. It makes us stronger.
Well, Shalette, thanks for that answer, and it's been a joy to be with you. I'm excited that we get to work more closely together. And so Harvard, Coca-Cola, Bell South, AT&T, what an incredible resume. We're honored that you're part of the Convene Consulting Network, and if somebody wants to find you, they can just log on, as you said, to convenenow.com. We're very grateful that wherever the heck in the world you are today, that you've logged on, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for having me, Greg. It's been my pleasure.
All right, see you later.
See you. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, wow, that was exciting, and now we have a time to listen to somebody that is one of our Convene members, Lynn Townsend. She's a business partner at JPG Resources in Michigan. She works in the area of strategic direction and consulting and business development and culture management, all the things we're talking about. She also leads the remote workforce for the Technical Consumer Services Business Unit, and we're going to hear from Lynn about her Convene journey. Let's listen to her story.
I've changed as a leader, I think, because I'm more confident and more courageous, and I've understood that I'm adding value. I think I'm more courageous. I've had a lot of difficult conversations with team members, my boss, clients, and I've gotten some of that courage from my fellow team members at Convene. I work for a food business consultancy in Michigan, and our team has grown from 7 people to 47 people in the last 8 years that I've been working as a leader on the leadership team, and also growing my own sub-business within that larger business. I would say the biggest struggle was every opportunity was a yes, and we have to figure this out, versus being more selective now and focused in what makes sense for the clients and what makes sense for us as a business, as a strategic initiative that we can carry through client after client. So definitely a greater focus and honed in on the services that we provide to our clients. When I am participating in either a coaching session or a team session, I really feel like that adds energy to the other work I have to do. And so it's not like a time drain, but rather it's a time gain. And initially I thought, am I going to be able to fit this in everything else that's on my plate? And I've found that is true. It's definitely a value. The highest impact moment I've had related to how I was talking about the work that I was doing. And my coach said, "You're saying different words than you were just 6 months ago." What I came to realize is that I was saying, I have to do this. I went back to that obligation. I have to do this for my team. I have to do this work for this client. I have to do this as a mom or as a wife. And what I came to realize, instead of out of obligation, which was very external, that instead I started using the words, I need to do this. I need to do this. And it became more internal, more of my calling. And so I'm still trying to figure out what that is as it plays out, but the shift in I have to I need to was a big step and a big difference in my life. I think I've appreciated the sounding board aspect of Convene, both with my coach and my team. We do a takeaway session at the end of each 2-hour online call. And I've been encouraged by people that have pulled out takeaways of things I've said, so I've been able to influence others for good. But then I've also taken away nuggets from my team members and grown from those as well. So I think just that mutual respect and care for each other has been a great transformation. So being more outward focused as a leader and thinking of the other first versus thinking of so much about myself. So I'm looking forward to exploring opportunities to serve more in Convene. I don't know what that looks like yet, but God often took flawed people and gave them tools or other people to help. And I think Convene has been that tool for me, and I'd like to see how we can make that a tool for many more as well.
Well, thanks, Lynn. Lynn is a member of one of our virtual groups. You may be thinking you've logged on to convenenow.com and you've said, I don't find a group in my state, but that's okay because we have virtual groups that meet a few hours every week instead of a day every month. And Lynn is part of one of those groups. I had a lady say to me the other day, she said, I don't know if you've been reading my mail, but I've always felt lonely at the top as a CEO, and one of your Facebook banner ads said, are you feeling lonely? The reason our Facebook banner ads talk about lonely, complexity, overload, spiritual integration, is because those are the things that empirically we know that CEOs face. So if you're feeling lonely, you're feeling complexity and overload is overtaking you with COVID, you need some spiritual integration, log on to convenenow.com, and you'll find a group in your area or a virtual group that you can sign up for today. So thanks again, Lynn. Well, I'm excited that we're going to get a chance to spend some time with my good friend Bob Fry at NCF Southern California. Are you there, Bob?
I am.
Hi, welcome.
Sitting here waiting.
Welcome from Northern California.
Good to be here.
Bob, I think you are well aware, because you're at National Christian Foundation, the United States government has just passed a law that creates new ways to give generously to your church, to your favorite charity. Strangely enough, it's part of the CARES Act, and Christ followers have a passion to use their resources for kingdom things. And I think I heard you say the other day, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Tell us about how we can give like never before.
Yeah, it really is amazing, Greg. The CARES Act creates a new additional income tax charitable deduction. It's in addition to all of the others that are already there. And basically, you can deduct 100% of what would be your taxable income for charitable donations. So if you have $250,000 of income for federal purposes, and you give $250,000 to ministries or to your church, you can deduct the whole amount and pay no U.S. tax this year only.
Wow.
It's incredible.
I mean, it's almost like stop the presses, say that again, it can't be true. So if somebody makes $150,000 or $250,000 or $500,000, they can deduct all of that, and if they make a gift to charity?
That's exactly right.
Wow.
There's no limit. $10 million, there's no limit. But it's got to be in cash, it's got to be to a public charity, and it's got to be this year. So if Convene members go to ncfcalifornia.com, we have a countdown clock up there.
All right.
That literally shows, as we're sitting here, you have 154 days, 15 hours, 1 minute and 58, 57, 56 seconds
Sweet.
In which to make a 100% charitable donation.
So somebody's out there, they're saying, they missed what you just said. They're saying, oh, I heard Bob say it's 100% of AGI, but I'm going to wait and do that in 2021. Whoa. No, they can't do that, right?
Nope. This is part of the Recovery Act, the CARES Act. This opportunity ends December 31st of this year.
Got it. And what other exciting provisions are out there that you want people to know about?
All of the exciting provisions, what's nice about this is that they flow out of the 100% deduction. So, for example, you can sell anything. You've got a gas station with environmental problems on it, but you can sell it. But you've got a bunch of gains. Sell it, donate the gains to ministry, don't pay any tax. You can do things that you wouldn't normally do that gross up your income. You could pull money out of an IRA account or a pension plan or a profit sharing plan. If you're over age 59 and a half, no penalty. And that income you can then donate to charity. So you basically get a tax-free withdrawal from your pension or profit sharing plan.
So somebody says, I'm a little short on income because of whatever, but I've got $1 million sitting in my retirement account. You're saying
Yes.
they can pull money out, give it to charity. Is that a this year or is that an any year?
Well, they can always pull it out and give it to and make a charitable donation. What's different this year is with a 100% deduction, you can pay no tax on that added income. So if someone's sitting there, they have $150,000 of income, and they want to give $150,000 to a ministry. They can pull that $150,000 out of their IRA account or their profit sharing plan, turn around, donate it to the ministry, and it's all deductible they're right back to where they started. No added tax.
Sweet. So if somebody,
it's very sweet.
If somebody is being a little less generous than they could be, this is not the year to do that. This is the year to be more generous than you've ever been before.
This is the year to do that. You can look and say, normally we give $20,000 a year to our church, but we've got a lot of income this year, so we're going to put $100,000 into a fund for our church, and we'll
Right.
make all of our income go away, and then we'll do our giving out of that fund over the next 5 years.
Right. So again, just to kind of beat the horse here, if you have enough income and you don't need the income you have this year, this would be a
Right.
great year to give all your income away and pay no tax.
That's correct.
Wow.
There's that component, and then there's the other component of being able to create added income by selling things.
Sweet. Well,
Yeah.
Bob, we got 15 seconds left. Any final thoughts?
Go take a look at the countdown clock. It's now 14 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. ncfcalifornia.com.
Bob, thanks very much for being with us.
Great, Greg. Thank you.
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't do a little shout out to our other NCF partner, our brand new partner in NCF South Florida in the Miami area. So we're very excited that they've joined us today somewhere in Miami, the other COVID land from us here in California. But right now, we're going to wrap for break, and we'll see you back here in your seats at 10:15 in 15 minutes. Hi, I'm Greg Leith. I'm the CEO at Convene in Southern California and around the country. Welcome back. We've been talking about people, we've been talking about culture, and we've been talking about success. In a minute, we're going to hear from Gary Crum, who has bought and sold hundreds of companies, and he's going to talk about the fact that when you appreciate, love, and value people, breaking news, your company is actually worth more. And then we're going to hear from the #1 management guru in the world, according to Business Week, Dr. David Ulrich. So I'm very excited to share these two friends of mine with you. Gary is actually part of the Convene Consulting Network, which is about 20 consultants from HR to finance to strategy to biblical integration, etc. So fasten your seatbelts, buckle up, and away we go. We're going to start with a video of a Convene member, and he's going to talk about his Convene journey. It's a very exciting story. Scott Holler is the founder of Venn Technology. He's an entrepreneur at heart. He has a passion for helping people and companies fulfill their mission. He does it through creative process design and technology integration. I want you to listen to his story. Roll the tape.
One of the things that Convene has really helped me with has been to be more decisive about things, particularly when it comes to making difficult decisions. I don't get so bogged down in analysis paralysis. I tend to overanalyze things. I've been able to see things much more clearly and act without a whole lot of heartache. I started the company when I was 34 years old, and just as a young company, you don't know what you don't know. We were growing fast, and I was trying to make some decisions about what was next. I had hired my first employee, and that in and of itself was like this terrifying thing. Through working with my coach, he helped me navigate lots of different ways of thinking about that situation. Since then, we've hired 6 more people. We've moved offices twice, and revenues are growing, and it's been a great thing. Throughout my career, and particularly in the last 5 years since I started the business, I've had a lot of mentors, and a lot of it, I would say, has been fairly informal. And having that regular cadence of getting to meet with somebody who has been there, who's done it, and knows what kinds of things that I need to be watching out for, again, on that consistent basis, has been very, very big. About 1.5 years ago, I hired somebody, and I knew probably within the first few weeks that they were not going to be the right long-term fit. By nature, I don't like conflict, but when the time finally came to take action on it, I felt very equipped to be able to handle the situation with as much grace as possible. It was still very difficult. It was still traumatic for me, and probably way more so for her, but I can only imagine how different that would have gone had I not had that coaching and counsel and advice prior to the event. Before Convene, I certainly knew that there were other believers that owned and ran businesses, but there was not really a great way to connect with them. And getting the opportunity to share struggles and challenges has been really encouraging. It's been really encouraging to know that I'm not the only one that feels this way about a situation. I'm not the only one that has been faced with this or that. And actually getting to hear from people who've been through things that I have not yet gone through, I know is going to better prepare me for if and when those days come. And there's just not a lot of places that you're going to find that outside of Convene.
Well, thanks, Scott Hollera, for that talk, that testimony that you just shared with us. And if you like that video as much as I do for its video production capabilities, I want you to give a call to David at Story by Image. He's one of the most talented videographers today. David at Story by Image. But now we're going to get a chance to spend some time with Gary Crum, and I'll remind you text by texting the word CCORP 222, C Corp 222 to the short code 22 888-848-333. So Gary, welcome to the broadcast. Gary's the founder and president of Agora Strategic Consulting and Agora Workshops. He attended New York University, Stern School of Business, spent 37 years in public and private M&A, lends his entrepreneurial expertise at Colorado State University and the School of Business, and he lives in Fort Collins. And because of taking a sneak peek, Gary, at all your books while the video was running, I know you're a Tolkien fan. Oh my gosh. The word is out.
Yeah, I've been a collector of Tolkien books for probably 40 years. Just an interesting guy and interesting stuff.
Sweet. Well, we're going to talk about how valuing people maximizes company value. And, we've been talking about this all morning. We've been talking about the fact that appreciation in the workplace is a good thing and people feel better. We've been talking about the fact that it's something that God says we should do. But now you're going to kind of take this into the profitability and valuation, and when you come time to maybe sell your company, if you're thinking of selling your company, you might be thinking of maximizing EBITDA, you might be thinking of cleaning up your balance sheet, you might be thinking of changing your depreciation strategy, but you're going to talk to us about something that you've done that's very intriguing. You've bought and sold hundreds of companies, and you and I have talked about it over the past few months. Let's talk about it. Let's get at it.
So I'm happy to be here this morning. God has blessed me in my career with really doing a number of things and having a lot of opportunity to do transactions all over the world. And so it's fun to be here to share some real simple, practical things that people plus culture do to a business's value. So I'm excited to share with you this morning, Greg.
Great. So you have an M&A assessment story. This M&A study you did is pretty exciting, so tell us about that.
Well, when I started a new position with the company in Silicon Valley several years ago, and the second day I was there, I got a call from one of our board members. It was a public company, and he wanted to have lunch with me. And so I'm thinking, okay, a board member, you go and you have lunch with them. I was a simple vice president, no big deal. But so when we went to lunch, he proceeded to tell me that the company had never really done, as he called it, a lessons learned on the acquisitions that had been done prior to my joining the firm. And would I be willing to do something like that? And of course I said, absolutely. It'd be a great way to learn what had happened for my own benefit, but for the company's benefit. So we set about doing a pretty deep dive look at that. We went to the board of directors and made that presentation. It was really received really well. It gave us some really great insights into how to move forward and strategy and so on. But when I was there at the end of the meeting, an EVP from Applied Materials came up and said, "Hey, this is really cool. We really enjoyed your insights. Could you come and do something like this for Applied Materials?" So I said, "Sure." It was valuable for our company and valuable for them. So we proceeded to go to Applied Materials and do the same thing to Applied. And long story short, made a presentation to their board actions done by you. What does it affects the success of a project, success of a transaction versus adding risk and creating a significantly bad situation. The statistics are, unfortunately, that 70 to 80%, depending upon which study you look at, show that most acquisitions that are done do not return to the buying company anything near an accretive deal. Most of them can be really bad. Most of them can really destroy value. It's just not a really good track record. So, and what we learned and what we were able to pick out of that has kind of become the backbone that I have used in my practice over the years since that particular point in time. And what we found was that most of the transactions in these companies, which did a reasonably good job, about 80% of their transactions really were not of any significant value. They did okay in some cases. In some cases, they lost money, they were dilutive, and only in a few cases were they very accretive. But 5%, and only 5% of the transactions that were done really hit it out of the park. I mean, they really did and brought significant value to the company. So it was a great study.
Wow, that's incredible. What were some of the major reasons for failure?
Well, it's surprising because you're talking to public companies, and one would expect to have sophisticated management, but a lot of times they just didn't really do a lot of work in looking at the plan, trying to figure out what were the elements of value that they could create within that particular acquisition and going and running with those. But the biggest reasons were twofold. One was the focus was really on doing the deal. We want to go buy this company because they've got a new product line for us and this will be great for us. And so the focus is on the deal and the hard stuff, the products, the revenue, how accretive it might be, what they might be able to do and so forth. And there's no real focus on the soft stuff. And the soft stuff is really the people. And it's the people that really create significant value in a business. I've seen many deals where they've got this asset, this thing of value, and they go to do the deal and they do it and they finish. But during the integration phase, it's like all this value just kind of slips through their hands because they're not really treating their people with any respect and care in the long term because there's no focus on them. And so one of the first things that an employee does when they hear that they're being bought is what? They're going to go and put together a new resume, and potentially look for a new job. And so the loss of people is a significant value loss and basically is one of the huge factors that creates either success or failure depending upon how you treat your people.
Wow. That's some pretty stunning revelation. I would have thought that maybe overpaying would have been a major reason for lack of success.
Yeah, that's something that people raised a lot when we went through the study, and we still talk about today. Well, they just overpaid, and so therefore they're not going to make much money back because they overpaid. And yet the deals that we looked at that were really successful, a lot of those were paid a premium, and those were the ones that really created significant value after close down the road. So it was kind of a backwards view of what.
Well, what made the 5% so successful?
Well, it's kind of the same picture of what didn't make them successful, right? I mean, the creativity of the company, looking at how the buy side and the sell side come together to create value, to help the buyer create long-term value. Those things were really, really critical and really important. But it really, again, comes down to people. I think we kind of overlook that because of the hard facts of doing a deal. And you look at revenue and you look at the products and services that create revenue, but you don't look at the people that support those products and services, developing them, supporting them, selling them, and so forth. And the way that a company's leaders treats its employees says a lot about all the other things that a company does and that the leader does. If they disrespect their people, they're probably going to be more disrespectful with their customers. They just kind of follow those two things. And so what we found is that the more secure an employee felt in their job, they didn't get worried because there was an acquisition coming down the pike and that they were going to be going to work for potentially, a new company. They felt secure because they trusted their leadership because of how they were treated and appreciated in that particular company. And therefore, they didn't run for the hills or update their resumes and stuff, but they continued to do really good work and continued to build value, which, of course, just added to the whole mix.
Wow. So if you think about it, you bought a company, you think you paid a great price, you show up on Monday, everybody smiles, and a few months later, you have a 10% reduction in people because they all went to look for another job.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, and that's a huge amount of money. Think of all the money that you're going to have to put into finding new people, and of course, it's risky finding new people and train new people. And so the more stable your workforce is, the more value you're going to be able to create right from the get-go of the close, but also you're going to be able, to work and trust your customers and build sales and build revenue and all of that. So treating your employees is critical, and it helps add to the success of that particular business.
Well, how about from the buyer's perspective?
Well, the buyer is... the buyer needs to be focused primarily on the amount of return they're going to get on doing the transaction. It's really taking this asset and buying the asset and then using that asset to create value. And a huge amount of that asset, of course, is the people. So when a buyer looks at valuing a business, they'll look at the business, they'll look at the hard facts, they'll look at the financial information. They'll do discounted cash flows, and they'll do pro formas, and they'll do sensitivity, and they'll figure out kind of on a rough number what that business is worth on a financial basis. But then, if you think of it, Greg, like an old scale, right? And on one side of the scale, you have liabilities, you have negatives, you have problems, because no company is very good. I mean, they're very pure, right? Everybody has problems. And on the other side of the scale, you have the soft stuff. You have how you treat your people and your reputation with your customers and how good your intellectual property is, and things that would be considered more soft values. And so as you look at the value of a company, the negatives begin to take away value, and the positives tend to add value. And what you want to achieve is you want to, of course, achieve an old-fashioned scale where the assets, the value, the good things far outnumber the negatives. That's what gives you significant value. And more importantly, that's what lowers risk. Because the biggest issue to a buyer, because they don't know your company that well, the biggest risk to a buyer is what's going to happen after the close, what's going to happen after I basically, consummate this deal. So the more you can lower risk in the eyes of the buyer, the more you can create more opportunity for the buyer to build value, the higher value you're going to be able to have in your transaction.
I think you have an example of a couple of acquisitions that you're going to be able to contrast for us by sharing about how things went with Project Tahiti and Project Black Box.
Yeah, these project names, you very rarely do you have a good project name. But Project Tahiti, which has a nice feel to it. So the company I was working with basically made equipment that is used in semiconductor factories to make semiconductors. And they built, primarily their claim to fame was a little plastic box. Actually, they weren't super small, that carried the semiconductor wafers in it that would then go into the machines that would then etch and lay down metals and so forth to be able to get the transistors to all talk to each other. And so it's called a FOUP. So we needed a robot. We wanted to enter the robotic business to be able to take our FOUPs, our boxes, and basically be able to move them from the cart into the machine that Applied Materials or whatever was building to work on the semiconductors. And so we looked at a couple different companies. We found a company that had really great fundamentals. They had great EBITDA. They just were a good company. They were a strongly growing company. And we gave them a pretty good value right off the bat because they just looked fundamentally very strong. But as we got into our due diligence and started looking at the business, we found all these little things that started to come out of the woodwork about how that they, treated their customers and treated their employees and just things that they did. And as we got into it, the employee base just did not feel happy at all. They didn't feel appreciated at all. Their morale was pretty low. And consequently, we got concerned that what if we have this great, employee loss? What if there is the inability to really be able to meet not just the needs of their existing customers, but our future customers and the combination of that 1+1, right? And so we ended up doing the deal because we felt fundamentally that it was still strong enough and the risk was low enough that we could consummate that. And it ended up being an okay deal. It was accretive, but it wasn't super strong. It did add and created a new marketplace for us, which we were able to utilize. And so it wasn't bad. But Project Black Box was a completely different scenario. They both were about the same size company. In terms of revenue and in terms of EBITDA and what they were doing, their reach was fairly similar. We were looking for a company to build what is called a stalker. It's basically a fancy automated storage system where you would take the FOUP, the box, and you'd go put it on a storage unit someplace because it would sit for 3 or 4 days before it moved on to the next tool, because tools are very expensive, and so they have to stage their way through the plant. And we had some really great technology in building a track and a system, but not the robot that would be able to use that. And these folks just got together with us. They started planting visions and ideas and what this thing could look like, and it just grew and grew. And we ended up with this opportunity to really be able to just nail the size of the business and the growth of the business and so on. But the thing that they did really well is they treated their employees really, really well. I mean, the employees were, I think the average tenure of the employees, I remember back, was about 15, 16 years, average tenure of an employee, which was a great amount of time. They cared about their work. They were cared for as employees. And there was this was a company that had operations in the United States and Taiwan and Japan. So there was a multicultural thing going on from companies, and yet the culture of the workplace, the respect of the employees and what happened was shared. And so all those folks came over to our company, and we really learned from that as to how to treat them, and basically took some of those same values and education out of that to our particular company. And the business did really well. I mean, it was probably 4X, if not slightly more than 4X over the 2 years, its first 2 years in existence, because it boomed in the ability to sell that Stocker system. It was fabulous.
Wow. So you have one company focused on getting the job done, period. Another company focused on getting the job done well.
Yeah, and that's a great way to sum it up, because the first company with Tahiti, the situation that we felt that was really kind of funny was that their whole culture was built upon get the job done, just go get it done, hit the revenue targets, hit the gross margin targets, just be able to get the projects done on time. That was critical. They really weren't about the people. Whereas in Project Black Box, the focus was really not on getting the job done, but getting the job done well, and how well could we do it, and keep upping the bar to more and more quality and so on. And the thing just grew and took up a life of its own. It was fabulous.
And I love the fact that God's word is so full in so many places of treat people like you want to be treated, as Shalette talked about, Dr. Stewart from Harvard, and so many other verses that talk about treat people like you want to be treated, treat people well, love people, respect people, value people. And what is so fascinating about the work that you do is you've discovered basically empirically through all the M&A work that you've done that when you do what God's word says, your company is actually worth more.
Right. I mean, those two examples kind of show that. Similar companies, similar EBITDA, but the valuations that were paid were different because of the quality of the way the people were treated, the respect and so forth, which lowered the risk for us as the buyer, but also gave us more percentage for value and growth of the company, because we really felt confident that all the employees were going to be able to stay with us and continue to build value given all their domain knowledge and years of longevity and so forth. Mm-hmm. So it was just a significant increase in value because of that. Yes.
Any more you want to share about how those two deals turned out for you, or have we done that section?
I can talk deals, Greg, for hours. I've done many transactions. There's little things that affect a deal that people don't realize. There's big things that affect deals, but it's a lot of the small stuff that oftentimes adds up, creating significant value, and it's almost always around people. I mean, I've gone into companies where, I went into a company where the receptionist was just, hi, can I help you? That typical kind of thing. And you just didn't feel any warm fuzzies when you went in, versus the company that you go in and the receptionist is just, friendly and helpful and courteous, and can I get this for you? And on and on. And you just feel much more welcomed. And those kinds of things add significant value. Imagine a potential customer going into those two places. Which one are they going to be drawn towards doing business with?
Yeah.
So the values of a company, the culture of a company becomes significant in helping build that. Now, I will say that there's a lot of bankers, a lot of buyers out there that still focus, in my opinion, way too much on the hard values. They don't really see the value in the soft values, and the soft values supporting the hard values and the financial value and lowering risk. But the pendulum is swinging. I've noticed significantly especially the last 3 or 4 years, that more and more buyers are becoming more and more sensitive to how a business treats its people and the people skills. And I don't know if the other speakers would agree with that. I think they probably have seen this in their practices and their other companies picking these things up. But it's been a significant swing over the last 3 to 4 years.
Huh. Wow. Well, let's talk about building value with the end in mind. There's some people out there listening who might say, well, I'm not so sure I'm ready to sell my company. I'm not so sure I ever want to sell my company. But if I did, what advice would you have for them?
Well, as a buyer, I have seen numerous instances of companies that weren't ready. And that readiness or lack of readiness makes a significant difference in how we would value them and what we would do. And so those people that put more of an emphasis upon what would it look like, creating a plan to go down the road, even if it's 4, 5, 10 years out, to be able to think about what kind of an exit would I like to be able to achieve with my business, because all of us, be realistic, all of us are going to have to exit at some point in time for a variety of reasons, but we might as well have a proactive exit rather than a reactive exit. And that's much better in that particular picture. So people really need to do what we call paint a picture of success. Really figure out what your company would need to look like, what kind of positions it would have to have in the market with your products and services, with people with skills and abilities, and on, financially and revenue size and so forth. What kind of picture would it need to look like for you to have a successful exit? Define success in your own mind. That particular piece is really important. But the other piece is on your people. Again, we have seen significant companies that have been overly successful, primarily because of the people that do all the work, right? That's what happens. And so the same thing, take all the thoughts and ideas that have been thrown out so far in this morning, and how the culture and the appreciation, and I love the whole idea of a divine workforce, a divine culture, how those things would play into supporting your employees, so that when you go to leave your business, you not only have a good legacy of what you created, but your employees are thinking about what that exit looks like and how we can proceed to go down that particular road. And certainly your core team of leadership needs to be on the same page with you, because they're the leadership team that's going to lead the new effort in that particular work. So appreciation, giving employees all the tools they need to succeed, giving them meaningful jobs. Again, really just all of the things that have been talked about this morning would be a wonderful thing to be able to consider as you paint that picture to what an exit looks like. And I can tell you, not very many people think about this. And so that's one of the reasons that contribute to the lack of success in terms of the acquisitions. The statistics show that only about 90% of companies in the United States actually have an active plan, much less an active exit plan. Wow. And I was talking to a few weeks ago a group of executives, really successful businesses that were doing quite well. And when I asked them how many had more of a proactive exit plan in place, not one company raised their hand. And again, these proactive things contribute because you can take the time to successfully position your business if you have a picture of what it needs to look like.
Sweet. Well, in keeping with the theme of our morning, which was somewhat unintended, I hear you have a story about a janitor.
Well, when you look at building value and you look at building legacy in business, there's lots and lots of ways that you can do that with your company, to be able to build something of lasting value so that when you exit, you can leave that particular company. But many years ago, I was in the office of a vice president talking about their company because we were doing a small acquisition. And we were talking about people in the company that really made a difference, the real value-added folks in the business. And he looked over my shoulder and he pointed and he said, hey, there is probably the most valuable, most influential person that we have on our company. And I turned around and looked, at this individual, and it was a guy rolling a janitorial cart down a hallway. He was the janitor of the business. And I don't mean to say anything negative about janitors, but it really was surprising because you normally think of the leadership people. And I said, gee, that's interesting. So we went on and continued our conversation. But then later on, like a week or so later, I went into the cafeteria to get a cup of coffee, and this guy was sitting there by himself, and I couldn't stand it. I had to go talk to him. So I went up and introduced myself, and he said his name was Bill, and we got to talking, and I said, by the way, I said, Steve told me the other day that you're really one of the most influential people in your business. Why is that? I said, I'm really kind of surprised and comforted to hear that. And he said, well, I'll give you a couple of reasons. He said, first off, I really pride myself on the work I do. He says, I really feel like we have the cleanest bathrooms, the cleanest facility, the nicest facilities, the way things are kept up, the way things are done, not only reflects on the company, but it reflects upon me. And so therefore, I want to do a good job to deliver that value to the company so that the other employees of this company can really be able to take that to heart and learn from it. I let them talk, and I kind of play a role of just walking around and being friends to people. And he said, I hope we don't mind me mentioning this, but I'm a Christian guy, and I really just want to love people. I want to love on people and just make them feel the love of Jesus. And so I try to do that when I'm walking around from place to place within the business. And so I thought, wow, that's amazing. That's really sweet. And so I went back a little bit later, a few days, and I was talking to Steve, and we were chatting about other kind of stuff. And I guess Bill had walked down the corridor again, and he said, Gary, I forgot to tell you something. He says, I forgot to tell you that Bill was actually one of the first employees. He was the first facility person hired for Apple Computer, and he's a millionaire. He doesn't have to work. But he likes to be able to provide that value to people.
Wow.
So, business value can come in a number of other ways that really leads to the value of the company. So anyway.
Wow,
story.
what a great story. You kind of alluded a little bit to some secrets and tips that people don't know about that are really important if they're thinking of selling their company in the future. Could you share some of those that might be something you didn't share yet? And we've got about 14 minutes to go.
Oh my gosh.
So we've got some time,
Okay.
and the folks are going to have some questions for us in a minute too.
Okay. Boy, if I was to think about the two most important things that would help somebody trying to sell their business or exit their business, or even somebody on the buy side looking to buy a business, what's the secret sauce to really being able to create significant value after the close? And that is the two parties coming together to help the buyer build value. So if I'm a seller, it's kind of maybe contrary to think of helping the buyer build value with my asset, but the more I can show the buyer the value of my asset and how he can take my asset and really build significant value together with my assets and his assets, then I'm just helping myself and creating a larger value for my particular company. And most people don't think about that. They get into a situation where they're trying to pitch a value for their firm and the buyer's trying to, pay a low price or whatever, and you get into this sort of semi-combative kind of thing. But if you really could work together on how do we take our two combined entities and create value and really work on that, you'll find that will add significant success, less risk, and more value to your particular business. That's one thing. And I think the second thing would be just, really humility, people skills, loving your people, taking care of your people, and being humble before them and serving them. Because it's one of those ironic things about our faith that sometimes it flips it completely around. That not trying to do everything for me as the owner, but doing more things for my employee and my people and my company can actually, in the long run, create more value for me. Maybe not just financial, but a lot more looking back. And so we call it, doing an exit with no regrets, really feeling good and really comfortable about not regretting.
An exit with no regrets. I love that. Okay, here's a question from one of our viewers. Assuming we have a good culture, how can we help buyers value that good culture? Assuming we have a good culture, how can we help buyers value that culture?
Like I talked about the pendulum swinging, that more and more buyers are looking at that as a key element of value, and making sense of that. But there might be an educational process involved in that. And I would point to, one, the fundamental financial values of having a stable workforce, a happy workforce, an appreciative workforce. There's lots of studies out there. The authors or the speakers this morning, they've already talked about some of those kinds of things. So educating them on some of the research that's showing those things that are happening. But I think also talking about rallying the troops around creating that future value and what that future value might look like. And therefore, the soft values that you bring to your employees, the way you treat people, the appreciation and so forth that you give to your folks, is going to show the support of those people and the continuance of their ability to build future value. And in reality, also the way that can morph into the new company, the buyer's company, and create significant value within the buyer. But you also have to remember that it's not so much just selling your business as who do you sell your business to. And so there are certain values that you would look at a buyer as you go through the process, and you want to make sure that when you take your values and you align your values up with the buyer, that they align to a fair degree. And so if a buyer doesn't really appreciate how you do things and what you do, or those soft values, then maybe you need to look for another buyer. If the buyer begins to appreciate those kinds of things, man, bring on the education and the value of all that, because it's just going to do nothing more than help position your company for a successful exit.
Okay, we have another question in the same zone, but a little different slant. What are the clues to look for in evaluating people satisfaction in an acquisition, and how do you do that from the outside? So I'll say it again. What are the clues to look for in evaluating the people satisfaction in an acquisition, and how do you do it from the outside?
Well, what constituency are we talking about? The people that are doing the deal, the people, the buyers, I'm assuming it's the employees, Greg?
I think the question is basically around the idea of how do you, as the consultant in the deal, help the buyer to see the truth about the people story in the company?
Boy, it's just from experience and pointing to deal after deal after deal after deal, like the Tahiti and black box situations that created significant value because of the people skills, because of the soft values, because of the long-term longevity of the employees and their excitement to do work and solve problems and so forth, versus, an employee or a company with bad morale, or employees that weren't happy with what they're doing, or the lack of trust, and just showing, again, study after study where that's happened. We tend to be real picky about who we work with, and we really want people to appreciate those values. But when you have an exit client and you're pitching that business, you're not always, you come what may, there might not be anybody that is 100% aligned to those values. So it's an educational process to get them to see that value, just like any other part of the sales.
Got about 8 minutes, and I think it sums things up really nicely. Would you mind telling that story?
It's like I've noticed that you have this heart for story, and you've said a few, you've brought out a few. So there's an old story about two guys that were real estate developers and contractors, Mike and Marv. And Marv was the guy that primarily did the development of property or the development of a spec home, and Mike was the executor. He was the contractor. He was the one that built the house. And so Marv was getting on in years and was thinking about one more thing. He says, I want you to build me a house. He says, I want you to build me a beautiful home. I want you to just take all the years of experience and create this marvelous, marvelous home for me as the last project together before I retire. And so Mike, starts to consider this and think about what this looks like. And he's not a young puppy either anymore. And, he might not find another partner like Marv. And so he's thinking, gee, what do I do? And so he got a little afraid and a little scared, and he starts to cut corners. He starts to use a little bit of inferior grade, and he starts to use a little bit different lumber, and maybe he spaces the 2x apart a little further, but he just doesn't do a really 100% quality job on building a house because, he's trying to save up and see, more budget money, and he can pad a little bit or put some savings away. And, fear drives us to do things sometimes that isn't exactly appropriate. And so Mike finishes the house, and Marv comes for the inspection. And Marv walks through the house, and he's an older guy, and his hearing isn't as good anymore, and his eyesight isn't as good anymore, and he's walking around the house. And Mike, of course, is pretty nervous. But Marv is looking around, and he knocks on the walls, and he opens and shuts doors, and he does things, and he gets all done. And he said, Mike, this is great. He said, I'm really proud of you. I'm really great at all of this. I'm happy for the years that we've done. And he says, by the way, as a way of thanks, and he reaches into his pocket, and he pulls out a set of keys. And he said, by the way, Mike, he said, here's the keys to your new home.
Wow. So the moral of the story is maybe don't cut corners and build a great culture, and God will honor that in the long run.
Right. I mean, I guess the moral of the story too, from my perspective, is as people get really close to exiting their business, this big 4-letter word thing starts to come up, and it's called fear. Fear. Just, can I do this? Is this going to happen? Are they going to buy my company? Are they going to pay me a reasonable value for my company? Are they going to find something that they don't like? Will they devalue this? And it's just fear. And fear comes up. And as Christians, we have this hope of Jesus we can stand upon. So I guess the moral of the story is don't do things driven by fear. Do things driven by hope, and enjoy the process.
Okay, bonus question from me, not from the audience, but I've talked to a lot of people that are not sure they should sell their company. And in fact, in dialoguing about it with them, I was pretty sure they shouldn't sell their company either. Reasons were they were an integral part of the company. They started the company. They loved to work. They had many, many, many years left. They didn't need the extra money from selling the company. The company was making a profit. Are there times that somebody should say, no, it's probably not a good idea for me to sell?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about building value, right? What God's given us is value, and we have to respect that value and build value, and you want to enjoy it. And so if somebody doesn't feel like it, they need to sell their business at a particular point in time, that's fine. They could just figure out, paint a picture of what success they want and what they're trying to do. But at some point in time, in one way, shape, or another, Greg, none of us, grow younger. We have to get to the point where there's going to be a transition of some sort, even a transition to my employees, or I do a leverage buyout to my key employees, or maybe I transition the business to my kids. But there's going to need to be some sort of exit, and that's why some thought needs to be given to that, even if it's nothing that you're going to do short term.
Okay, now for sure a bonus question because it has about a 2-hour answer. Somebody in the viewing audience asked you, how do I know if I'm making the right deal? Good luck to you. That's why they pay you the big bucks, Gary.
Well, let me give you the answer we have time to talk about, okay? So the simple answer is that when you sit down to sell your business, you're going to do the same thing and paint a picture of what does success look like. What do I want to achieve through this transaction, through the sale of my business? And you just go down the road and you start making a list of all of the things. So we call it a success factor grid. What are those things that are going to define success for you? And it's going to be money, it's going to be time, it's going to be freedom, it's going to be maybe responsibility, it's going to be key people being retained, it's going to be maybe products that you thought you could be able to do, but maybe the new company has more capital and they can go off and execute those things. You make a list of the things that you want to be able to achieve, and then you just find a buyer that matches, again, not only on your values, but matches and values those things that are on your list. So I know it's a simple answer. It's a whole lot more complicated than that. But that's part of the process that you need to go through, that we take our clients through. So we understand what success means, and we try to get as close to success as we possibly can.
Great. Well, thanks. So I think we've probably piqued the interest of some people, and somebody might say, how do I find you on the Convene website, or how do I find you on your website? Give us the how to find Gary, since nobody's flying around the country too much these days. How do we find you?
So you can go to our website. I think the text is up on the screen.
It is.
Our website has a way to contact us. You can do the usual email thing, or actually don't tell anybody, but my phone number is at the bottom of the page.
Okay.
So they can call me or they can get a hold of us through the website. On Convene, I'm part of the Convene Consulting Network. So you can go to resources and find consultants, and my bloody face pops up, and you can click on that and you can get a hold of me that particular way as well. So there's a number of ways, but the most easiest and most guaranteed way to get a hold of me is to send an email to you, Greg, and then I guess you'll forward it on to me.
That's
So
right.
that's the
We
easiest way to
will.
be able-
We will.
Yeah,
So
and you know we've got. I'd love to talk to people about this stuff. I enjoy this. This is part of my heart and sharing my years of experience. So if somebody wants to just talk about, what are the other things that came out of this acquisition study, and what were the other reasons that raised the bar of success or lowered risk and those kinds of things. We also have an ebook on our website that you can get a copy of called Selling Your Business with Confidence. And there's just some thoughts in there about things that they can think of to help them position that. And so that's available as well. So yeah, I'd love to chat with people anytime.
great, thanks. So Agora, Agora, consulting.us, and in about 15 seconds, tell us where the word Agora came from.
Oh, so Agora is the Greek word. It's actually pronounced agora. And back in the Greek days, there was an agora in the larger cities where the business was transacted. So one simple way to translate agora would be marketplace. So that we took that name because it's an apt definition of what we do.
Great. Well, Gary Crum, thanks for being part of the Convene Consulting Network. Thanks for the work you do. Thanks for being an avid reader who can give a holistic approach to life instead of just a M&A, PE, balance sheet, EBITDA kind of thing. Anybody who's a Tolkien fan is a friend of mine, so thanks very much for everything you do. See you later.
You bet. Okay. Hey, thanks, Greg, for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, we've been on a great journey, and we're going to take a little break to say thank you to some friends of mine and some partners of ours who, without these people participating financially in our time, we wouldn't have a time. So Marketplace Chaplains, you've already heard from my friend Jason Brown, the Chief Marketing Officer at Marketplace Chaplains. If you don't have a chaplain in your company, you're making a huge mistake. That's the not sugar-coated way to say it. There's a box that should be there on your org chart that says chaplain, and the person in the box should not be you, because you can't be the chaplain to your people. It just doesn't work. Chaplains are not going to pull out the 4 spiritual laws with the guy who's a machinist. They're not going to do anything that won't make you proud. They serve hundreds of thousands of employees in huge companies, billion-dollar companies, and they should be part of what you're doing. So check out Marketplace Chaplains. The Master's Program, my friend Bob Schenk, that is a place where if you're looking for balance, margin, and focus, check out the Master's Program. It's a 12-day program over 3 years talking about balance, margin, and focus. Your life will be changed. We've put some people at Convene through the Master's Program, and it's a very holistic way to understand all you should be doing as a child of God. The Barnabas Group, my buddy Jim is over there, Jim West at the Barnabas Group, and there's Barnabas Groups from coast to coast. Just go to the Barnabas Group website and you can find out more about how to hang around with a group of like-minded believers who care about what they're getting involved with, care about their giving. Sometimes we write checks to places that we kind of close our eyes and we're like, I hope this works. I hope they're good. I hope they're bona fide, certified, dyed-in-the-wool Christian service organization. But then we find out it didn't go so well. The director was not quite on their game. The organization was not really what we thought it would be. But what if there was a place that you could give to an organization that had already been vetted by a team of people, and you know that your money was going to a good cause. That's the Barnabas Group, among many other things. So check out the Barnabas Group. Ronald Blue Trust. Remember the Remington shaver commercial? I liked it so much I bought the company. Well, I didn't buy Ronald Blue Trust, but I am a client of Ronald Blue Trust. And I would say if you need a place to get your money managed and talk about your investments and talk about your retirement and talk about your estate plan, you need to check out Ronald Blue Trust. Finally, we heard from NCF, National Christian Foundation. That started as a file folder in somebody's desk, which became a drawer, which became a desk, which became a floor, which became a big organization with over 30 locations from coast to coast. The National Christian Foundation right now will help you give your money away wisely. We're really proud to be associated with NCF in Orange County and our new partner, NCF, in South Florida. So with a shout out to all the folks in South Florida, Convene is starting in the Fort Lauderdale, Miami area, and we're very excited to partner with National Christian Foundation in South Florida. And last but not least, my friend Tom Harper at biblicalleadership.com. So just sign on to biblicalleadership.com. You'll find articles by myself and a host, a raft of many people. If you're out there lonely and confused about faith in the marketplace, you're saying, can I really run a company with biblical values? Go to biblicalleadership.com and you'll find a lot of resources to show you that you can, in fact, do that. So Marketplace Chaplains, Master's Program, the Barnabas Group, Ronald Blue Trust, NCF, National Christian Foundation in Orange County and the South Florida area, and biblicalleadership.com. Thank you so much to each of you, because without each of you helping, this day would not happen. So we are going to transition to David Ulrich, and I think he's going to come up on the screen. David, hello. Welcome to the broadcast. And remember to interact with Dave. You just need to opt in by texting the word C Corp 222 to the short code in your phone 22333. David is the #1 management educator and guru, according to Business Week. He was selected by Fast Company as one of the 10 most innovative and creative leaders in the world. HR Magazine calls him the father of modern HR. He's the Robert Likert Professor at the Ross School of Business, a consulting firm that he owns and runs called the RBL Group, is something he does as well. He's published over 200 articles, books, and chapters. He is on the board of directors of Herman Miller, the organization that I talked about a little bit earlier. He's spoken to audiences in 90 countries, performed workshops for over half the Fortune 200 companies, and he's here with us today. So David, welcome to the broadcast. And we don't have your audio. Okay, we're going to work on that. Pause while we deal with some technical difficulties. David, I would say some things, but I know you can't respond, so I'm just going to say we're going to wait till they solve that, and we'll come around in a minute. But it's been a joy to have you at so many Convene events. We're
is welcome lots of people into my office. So welcome into my office. I tend to be fairly private in my deliberations and work. And this social distancing stuff makes us feel distant, but in fact, it allows us to be closer. You get to peek into my office at things that I have in my office, and given that I'm doing webinars, I love to show things in my office, some things in the background. Picture of beautiful wife, that's important.
Yes.
And picture of family and other things. So it's a delight to welcome you into my office. Actually, I don't do this very often. I don't think I've done this before. Picture of the Bible. So
that's great.
Things that matter the most to us.
Right.
I am so honored, Greg, and to have a conversation around this theme of culture, but I want to frame it. And let me start with the end in mind. I know people often want copies of slides. I'll end with this as well. So you have a QR code. You can get copies of slides. I'm very open to sharing anything with this group that would be the most helpful. It's always, for me, a delight to meet with Greg and his group to feel not only the intellect and the emotion but hopefully some of the spirit of the work that we do as we try to bring the spirit of the Savior and the spirit of God into our work.
Exactly. Well, we should let the audience in on a little secret that you and I are like twin sons from different mothers or something like that. I have this affinity to just hanging out with you and spending time, and I've said the work you do, and I'm just very grateful to have you on the broadcast. What we're going to talk about is discovering opportunity out of crisis. And we had this dialogue in the last few weeks of maybe we should throw that out and maybe we should be more of a culture thing and a people thing. But I think we've done a great job so far of talking about people, talking about culture, talking about what matters to create a culture that loves people and your company's worth more. But this is a moment that is a very difficult moment in the world. It's a moment when people are out of work. It's a moment when I've seen some companies go from millions to zero. I've seen people pivot and make more progress and more money. And I've seen people not be able to figure out how to pivot and they closed the doors. But you are going to talk to us about discovering opportunity out of crisis. And you are, I think, the best guy in the country to do this right now. So away you go.
Thanks, Greg. I feel the same. I love this quote: "A crisis is a terrible thing to waste." It's been said by a lot of people: Martin Luther King, Albert Einstein, Winston Churchill. On the bottom left, the Women's Tea Time Club. In that crisis, the yin and the yang is an opportunity. The corona crisis has affected us all. You've just said it. The headlines are terrible. We've had to learn a new language. In the last 4 months, I had never paid attention to what social distancing was, or ventilators, or coronavirus deaths. And yet, in this crisis, an interesting thing happens. Content, what we do, is king or queen. It's the actions. But the context is the kingdom in which we operate. So how do people respond to this corona? And to be fair, other crises, the racial strife crisis that affects so many, particularly in the United States, the economic crisis that Greg just alluded to. How do we respond as people, as leaders, and as organizations? As Greg just said, on the one hand, we can feel threatened. Here's what's wrong. I'm anxious. I'm afraid. I'm despair. Here's the organizational conditions of cynicism and financial freefall and leadership disorientation. Or, where I want to go today, can I discover some opportunities? Can I focus on strengths, not weaknesses? What's right, not what's wrong? Can I see individual emotions of optimism and anticipation and emotional well-being in the organization? I want to focus this for the next 20 minutes as I share some very quick slides, and then Greg and I engage in a dialogue. How do I turn this crisis into opportunity? How do I discover opportunities? Now, just to give you a context, I get to show this. I love data. I don't get to show this very often unless I'm at home. This is my dissertation from the 1980s, where I did dissertation called a numerical taxonomy. I studied statistics. I did all kinds of statistical analyses and studies, and I've done it since. I like data. Just to let you have a tongue-in-cheek, back in 1982, when I finished my dissertation, there was a group called whatever this is called, Microsystems, that sold the dissertation. I sold it, and I made $11.85.
Wow.
So for 2 years of work, I got $11.85, and I didn't cash the check. But let me just tell you what I love to do. I love data around talent, leadership, organization, HR, big data sets. But I love taxonomy. How do I simplify that mass of data into what's next? And that's what I want to do today. I won't bore you with a ton of statistics. And so in the theme of a crisis is a terrible thing to waste, and based on data, I'm going to suggest 10 opportunities. 4 are how we think. So how can I, as a leader, wherever I am, big company, small company, high up, middle, how do I need to think? And what then are 6 things I could do? And the metaphor is so simple because it's one I like. I'm going to pretend to be the organizational waiter. I'm the menu. I'm going to give you a menu of choices. And it's going to be 6 things that we can think about, or 4 things we can think about, and 6 things that we can do with the final number 10, the dessert, which is take care of yourself. So, Greg, that's where I want to head, if that's okay. And I'm going to be now, pretend I'm a waiter in a restaurant you don't get to go to, but it's an organizational restaurant. If that's okay,
I love it. I'm excited to listen, and I'll tell you a quick story as we get going. It's a story of 2 Italian restaurants. And one Italian restaurant I went to the other day, about a month ago, and I walked in by mistake because we'd been there many times, and I got greeted at the door by somebody in a panic who said, no, don't come in. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm here to spend some money, but I'm not allowed to come in. He says, no, you can only pull your car up. We run out to you, and then we run back in you while you wait for 30 minutes, and then we bring you your food. Don't come in. I haven't gone to that restaurant for at least 2 months. We went to
I was going to say, how often?
That we walked up, and they said, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you're here. Could we clean this table for you that's outside, because you can only eat outside, so we'll clean it. Just sit here. We'll bring you a glass of wine, bring you some water, and we'll bring you dinner when it's ready. Is there anything else I can do for you? And we went to that restaurant probably 15 times over the last month. It's a complete difference of one organization saying, this is how we're going to deal with crisis. And another organization says, batten the hatches, those dang customers, we don't want anything to do with them.
Wow. And it affects the organization. I mean, the one you don't go back to, the other you do go back to. And
right.
I love the story. What that says to me is next time we meet, we're going to an Italian restaurant of your selection.
You're on.
You pick and I'll pay. I think that's a great great debate. You pick and I'll pay. I'm going to give you 10 items. If I'm listening to this, wherever I'm sitting, in my office, in a studio, I'm going to kind of listen and go, yeah, I do that. Or maybe I could improve on that. So just ask yourself, which of these insights help how I think and how I behave? I'm going to go through them quickly. So I'm the waiter doing quickly because I want a dialogue. Opportunity 1 out of this crisis, learn always. Carol Dweck, and I should get it, it's in the other room. For my wife, last Christmas, I had a pillow made, and it said, I'm not failing, I'm learning. That's from Carol Dweck. Failure is an opportunity to learn. It comes from Jonas Salk, the story on the left. He was the inventor of polio vaccine. I was going to say the inventor of polio, but the vaccine. He came home from school one day and somebody said, what made you so creative? And he said, I came home from school. My mother gave me milk and cookies. I moved the milk, my large tumbler of milk, closer to the edge of the table. Jonas, don't do that. Jonas, don't do that. Jonas, don't do that. Obviously, I put the milk on the edge. It fell. The glass broke. All of us as parents immediately respond. Here's what his mother said. Jonas, what did you just learn? Failure is an opportunity to learn. Thomas Edison. So the exercise I give you to think about, if this one triggers you, we've all had failures in our life. And I won't ask people to share. I was thinking, Greg, share your greatest failure. I won't do that.
Thank you.
I failed.
Thank you.
But Greg, think of it. How did you feel at the time? I felt demoralized. I felt dejected. I felt incompetent. But Greg, I know you well, and I almost get emotional knowing your answer. Did you learn from it? How much did that learning affect you in your current life? By the way, for me, and I won't share my failure, we don't need to do that. I didn't get a job opportunity I thought I would. I was demoralized. That experience has shaped my life ever since. I think sometimes we learn. And even in this crisis, when things aren't what we expect, are we learning? Critical factor, build learning agility. What did you learn? How has it shaped your life? Number 2, in our field, we love to look back. What did I try? What did I do? What worked? I think right now, I want to encourage us as leaders to look forward. What do I want? Where am I headed? Who do I serve? How do I build? Where am I? Let me tell you the story I love to share. I've done a couple of commencement addresses, and I'm always hesitant to share this story, but it's powerful. It's around that, where am I as I look forward? Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden. They make a mistake. And by the way, I love to share this story in any audience, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, agnostic, because the story is so prevalent. They make a mistake. God comes to visit. Adam, where art thou? Where are you? You know, for decades in my life, I kept thinking Adam and Eve are hiding behind a tree or a bush because they made a mistake. They want to hide. My sense is in the last couple of years, I've learned God doesn't ask silly questions. So when God says, Adam, where art thou? And Eve, where are you? He knows they're behind a bush. The question he's asking is, you made a mistake. You did something you shouldn't have done. Where are you in your journey for progress? Are you going to repent? Are you going to come with me? Or are you going to not come with me? I hope as leaders, we help our employees ask the same question. Where are you in your journey? And if you make a mistake, the beauty is in this atoning world, I can repent, I can move on. I love that question that God asked Adam. It's not where are you physically. Where are you in your journey of progress? 4 years ago, I'm in my basement. I happen to be with a great colleague named Gary Hamill. Wendy knocks on the door, my wife. Dave, the hills are on fire. I can't see this without getting emotional. My father was a forest ranger. I grew up with trees. The beautiful trees outside our house are burning. About 3 months later, we walk back up. Look at out of that devastation are new buds, new plants. Today, the hills are beautiful. The trees are gone in some ways, but the hills are recovering. I love that second one. Where am I? And can I look forward? So learn always. Where am I? Greg, let me stop. Comments? I get excited about these ideas.
Well, you know, we did a lot of work over the last year around this here I am phrase. And the Hebrew word is hineni. And it's basically here I am, right? And so God is saying, Adam and Eve, where are you? And he wants them to say, here I am. And
Nice.
they want to hide. I like to say God didn't invent forgiveness if there was no need for it. He wants to be in relationship with us. He wants to move forward with us. And the crazy thing, the most exciting thing to me about the whole thing is that when we say, here I am to God, he says, here I am to us.
Nice.
The guy who created us, the guy who created earth, when we say, here I am, he says, well, here I am too. I'll bring the power, I'll bring the omniscience, I'll bring the omnipresence, I'll bring the omnipotence, I'll bring the love. You just have to show up. So I'm excited that you shared that.
You know, great story. So what's the third opportunity to think? Redefine the boundaries of work. I think for decades, work was a place. I get up in the morning, I go to work, I'm at work, and I go home from work. Today with the coronavirus, work is no longer a place. I can work anywhere. I'm working in my office. I can work in a car. I can work at a remote site. Greg's in a studio. I'm in a coffee shop. But there's still a boundary. The boundary of work is the values that create value for our customer. What did I do today that helps somebody else, no matter where I am? The metaphor, and you've all heard this, a bricklayer, I'm laying bricks, I'm putting up a wall, I'm building a cathedral to my God. Same activity. I hope as leaders, we help our employees think, no matter where they are, less about the physical place of work and the emotional and customer values that create our boundary. Did I do something today that created value for a customer? And the fourth one, let me just highlight this. I think it's a fun one, and then I'll comment and get Greg's comments. The fourth mental model on my menu is paradox. Our research showed that paradox is so critical. It's an oxymoron, big baby, bittersweet, deafening roar. And its statement, Samuel Goodwin, modern dancing is old-fashioned. Yogi Berra, number 2, nobody goes to that restaurant. It's too crowded. Winston Churchill, a joke is extremely serious. Dolly Parton, whoever it is. Paradoxes suggest that I have to live in two different worlds. I have to care for the individual in my company, and I have to attend to the organization. I've got to do both. I've got to be short-term, long-term, converge, diverge. Our ability to succeed as leaders today is to think about paradoxes. I think the Savior often taught in paradoxes. Care for the one, build the community. I think those kinds of paradoxes are so key, and I won't bore you with the details. You can get the slides. Can I deal with complexity? Can I be socially endearing? Am I socially connected? Am I personally aware? One of the things I love about the gospel, when we look at this great word of God, It doesn't care what your social status is, what country you live in, where you come from. That's not what matters. There's a strong set number 5 of values. So let me stop and comment to Greg. I want to give you a menu of insights to find opportunity. Learn always. Look forward toward success. Build boundaries of values for customers and navigate paradox. Those are my 5 thought processes. I'll do 6 actions, but Greg, let me just stop if any of that resonate with you.
I love it. I think that's the world that everybody's living in right now. We can't any longer say, soon we'll be back to the way it was.
Uh-huh.
We can't any longer say, when I just get to meet with that person in person, we can have a real conversation. We can't look back and say, if we could just get the old revenue model back. And I think a lot of lazy leaders are going to be culled out. I don't know what you think about that, but I think lazy leaders are dead.
I think lazy leaders should go home and stay there.
Yeah.
You know, I love what you said, because let me say it. I've heard people say, and I've seen it online, here is the new normal. By the way, as soon as somebody says to me, I know the new normal, I would encourage you to turn around and run as fast as you can. I don't think we know what the new normal is. I don't know when school's going to start. I don't know when I'm going to be back at work. Traditional work. I don't know, but I still can change the way I think. I can learn in whatever setting it is. I can look forward for success. I can focus on values that bound what I do, and I can learn to live in the world of paradox and duality. I can handle this tension.
Great.
So what are some actions? Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead. I'm sorry, your insights are so good.
Six things to do. Let's check them out.
Let's go through them. And I'm not sure I've got the right ones. I'm not going to be defensive. This one for me is so critical. Most leaders, and I like you just said lazy leaders, I think most leaders want to solve problems intellectually. I think this pandemic has shifted us to a much more personal world and a personalized world. When we see employees, and I'm seeing it right now, the question is not, what are you doing? What are you going to help to win? How are you feeling? Where's your heart? What's been your experience the last 4 months? I think that personalized, customized, emotional, empathetic response is where leaders need to lead. So the first time we come back to traditional work, now it's not we came back to work, we've been working remotely in our offices. I think what leaders need to do is to have a town hall meeting and start with the emotion. And instead of saying, I'm going to listen to you, change your word. I'm going to hear you. I'm going to try to feel what you've been feeling. So let's share some of our personal stories. I find that so critical right now. And a simple example, we have, and I get to do this because I'm home, we have 3 kids, each of whom have kids. And their experiences are so different from Wendy and I. And I'm sure, Greg, it's the same with you. You have children and grandchildren. Wendy and I live in a pretty nice house. We're pretty independent. We're sheltering. Our kids have kids at home. They're having to homeschool. They're not having play days. Their experience is so different. And my connection with our kids is to say, Carrie, how you doing? How does it feel to do homeschooling? How does it feel to have to cut back on work to work with your kids? How does it feel to stop some of the job professional interest? That personal relationship, I hope leaders get. It's what I think bonds us as a behavior. And I'll stop and see if Greg wants to comment. Number 6, build relationships. Reinforce this over and over again. There's some great research that I just saw again. What's the leading cause of mortality? Blood pressure, fatty food, loneliness, obesity, or drinking? And it's number 3, social isolation. One of the things I think we're learning in this new world is we're physically distant, but we've got to be connected to each other. We've got to be connected to each other, either through telecoms, through other kinds of communications. I think when this pandemic hit, everybody was scared. We want to get separated. Wendy and I did a fun thing. We went and bought some paper bags, and where we live in the United States, the big issue was toilet paper. I don't know why, but it was the big crisis. So Wendy and I are living alone. We have a lot of toilet paper. So we went out and we bought a roll of toilet paper, and we put a roll of toilet paper, a drink, and a candy bar in bags. We had 15 of them. On a Sunday, when we're socially isolated, we went and knocked on doors of our neighbors. They opened the door. We stayed away 6 feet, and we sang them a song. We wish you a happy Sabbath, and we gave them a roll of toilet paper.
I love it.
You know,
I love it.
that was the stupidest thing in the world. But you know what? It was connecting. It was connecting. And what was fun is 2 days later, one of the couples took the roll out of the middle and brought it back and said, thank you. This was helpful. Now, nothing's more stupid than that. But are we building relationships? Are we connecting with each other? I hope so. Final example, and I love the long spoons metaphor. This is from C.S. Lewis, I think. You die, you go to a room with a great meal. Example. I have my back scratcher is taped to my arm so I can't feed myself. In hell, you starve. In heaven, we feed each other. I think that metaphor is so powerful as we befriend and build relationships with each other in this crisis.
I love it. Well,
Greg, go ahead. Make your comment.
At last check, I'm pretty sure that nobody in the federal government told us we can't call each other on the telephone. So we're allowed to use whatever video chat we like. Take your choice. I think there's about 63 versions right now of video chat. And there's the good old-fashioned telephone that I'm pretty sure still works, where we can actually talk to people voice to voice. But rather than not communicating at all just because we can't get together for coffee at Starbucks, it doesn't mean we can't call somebody. So I'll tell you one interesting thing, a stat that we discovered yesterday. We added up all of our Zoom time at Convene, and we've logged in 4 months 1 million minutes and 2,400 meetings via Zoom. So Zoom, you're welcome. And we're really grateful that Convene meetings are still happening through Zoom. Why not?
Well, and I'm trying to model a little bit. I think actually being home in an office lets us have more fun. I get to share the toilet paper story.
Yes.
I get to share the picture of my dissertation, the picture of my wife. I get to share the books that I'm reading. Be creative. Let this time be a time of befriending and connecting. I don't know, Greg, if it's happened to you, but when I wake up in the morning in my morning musings, who should I connect with? I'm now going back to college roommates. I'm going back to friends I've had years ago and just sending them a note. How you doing? How you feeling? That personal connection.
Yeah.
And often I get a response back. Have you done any of that with
recently? I actually got a call from someone I worked with prior to now. I'll name him because I love him. Barry Corey. Dr. Barry Corey is the president of Biola University. He texted me and he said, "The Lord brought you to my mind today. I'm praying for you." And he was such a great leader at writing notes that I have a little stack of notes that I write as much as I can to people and say, "Hey, love you, way to go, saw you did whatever." And I bought a bunch of stamps and have them in my top drawer. And I've learned to write things, lick envelopes, put a stamp on, and rediscover the post office.
You know, I don't get to share that. I bought, this is my card. It's got my name on it, Dave Ulrich. I try to send 1 or 2 of these kind of handwritten notes a week.
Sweet.
To people that I care about. I'll get Greg your address. You'll get a handwritten note. Actually, what I love to do is to send it to an employee's mother. That always has more impact. Your son or your daughter has been such an influence. And
Wow.
Greg, I appreciate your mention. I said in my morning musings, those are my prayers. I often ask the Lord, is there somebody who I can connect with that would bring them a sense of purpose today? I don't get an answer every day, and sometimes I get it wrong. But more often than not, I reach out to that person. It happened yesterday to 2 people. I reached out to them and I said, I haven't connected with you for a few months, been a little while. One of them wrote me back immediately and said, Dave, thanks. I just needed the boost today. Boy, I think I feel strongly about that.
Sweet.
Number 7, create the right culture. I love this slide. I've shown it before. 2 people, obviously in California, taking an escalator to the fitness center. That seems kind of stupid. You don't take an escalator to get fit. What you want to create when you build a culture, and that's where we struggled because that's the theme of this overall session. Most of us define culture as the roots of our tree, the values, where we are, what we believe. I want to encourage you to define culture as the leaves and the fruits of your tree. Define your company culture through the promises you make your customers. What do we want our customers to get from us? I'll tell a quick story. I know I'm trying to manage time. When our son finished his PhD, he said, I want a gift, Dad. And I said, what do you want? He said, I want to go to Disney World. And so as soon as he wanted to go, our daughter wanted to go, and our daughter wanted to go. There's 16 of us at Disney World about 4 years ago, three years ago.
Nice.
A woman comes up and she says, this is the happiest place on earth. And I'm thinking, our kids wanted to stay on property with the monorail and the soap with the Mickey Mouse ears, obscenely expensive. And it's hot and I sweat and it's humid and we have 3 kids in strollers and diapers. This was not the happiest place on earth at all. I was grumpy. So we start going through Disney World. We go see Cinderella and there's 16 of us. So we walk in and out walks Cinderella. Quick picture. There's Cinderella and our grandkids.
Nice.
And our grandkids turn around and they look at me and they say, Grandpa, she's real.
Woo!
Grandpa, she's beautiful. Grandpa, thank you. We love you. And normally, I mean, my heart is touched. And then I'm going, oh no, I'm going to have to come back again and again and again. So the last 3 years, we go to Disney again. Last year, we did a cruise. My car is a 2011. I'm not going to buy a new car because we keep going to Disney. And you know what? Disney is brilliant because their culture is not their values. It's the brand they're creating, their products, their leaves, their services for those beautiful granddaughters who then turn to their grandpa, and my heart's touched.
I love it.
Business leaders, build your culture not about your values, but about the promises you make your customers that will get them to connect with you.
Number 8.
Number 8, don't give false hope. Don't give a promise you can't fill. Don't give up hope. Have realistic optimism. Harness uncertainty. Don't get scared by uncertainty. Harness it like you harness energy, solar's energy, wind energy, and there's tools to do that. I'll skip for time. Go get guidance. Go seek help. Actually, I'm going to share, I've never shared this before. We do career guidance for young people. We do retirement guidance. We do technology guidance. By the way, and Greg, if we get this answer wrong, we should be shot. What's the greatest source of guidance? Is the Lord.
Yeah.
Use his word and his guidance. And don't be afraid to get guidance from those who know.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I just feel that so strongly. Now, in an operational way, we have just created a guidance system. It's a technology-based system that we've spent a year creating, rbl.ai. Anybody can go on. It's absolutely free. We're giving it away. We can now tell you empirically where you should focus to get key outcomes. And now I'm to the dessert. And then I'm going to stop, and Greg and I will have a conversation. When I coach business leaders, I almost always start and end with a question. Are you taking care of yourself? Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't take care of others. This movie, did you find meaning in life? Did you bring meaning to others? Are you taking care of yourself? And so at the end of every day, what was a happy surprise? What am I grateful for? How did I solve problems? Because when we take care of ourselves, we then empower others to take care of themselves. Quick story, and then I'll put up the 10 items and we'll have a conversation. I'm coaching a leader right now. She's brilliant, and her story is just unheard of and unparalleled. Born in the Philippines in a hut. Parents didn't speak much English, Tagalog, literally an ice hut. At age 6, she goes to a school sponsored by the Catholics, the nuns. She's sitting in the back corner because she can't read, she can't write. I'll do fast forward. By the end of the year, she's front and center, valedictorian of that high school, goes to a university in the United States, #1 student, goes to Harvard, gets a master's, PhD at MIT, speaks 6 languages, works for the U.S. State Department because Russian was one of her passions. She's one of these incredible people. She becomes a president of a local university with 40,000 students. Everybody wants Dr. Tuminez to share her story. Share your story, rags to riches. They've got videos online. I get to coach her. Here's counterintuitive. Dr. Tuminez, stop sharing your story. What? The goal of a leader is not for you to share your story, but to help 40,000 students create theirs. And she thought about it and she said, you know, you're right. My story is nobody else's story, and nobody will ever have her story. It's so incredible. So when we walk down the hallway, we see a young man in Levi's with holes and raggedy hair and unshaven. And we say, tell us about your experience at the university. And he said, I'm going to be an airline mechanic in a month. I'm going to graduate. I'm the only one in my family's history to have a college degree. My parents are so proud. And I look at Dr. Tuminez, are we shaping as leaders of this university that story? The single mother coming back to school, the young man becoming an airline mechanic, the woman or man wanting to be a chef. Leaders, your job, our job, is to get others to create their story and to build that story so my brand becomes their brand. Okay. That's my menu of 10, Greg, and I know I've missed stuff and I haven't covered it all, but those are some of the insights that I've seen that help us discover opportunity. Any comments of things I've missed, because I know I've missed some, and what we can begin to look at? We've got a few minutes for comments or questions.
Well, we do have a question. I'm gonna go ahead and ask it now and remind people that if they want to ask Dave a question, text the word CCORP 222, C Corp 222 to the short code 22333. But here's the question that we have already. What is one of your mistakes that you used to create learning agility? Is that?
That's a great question.
Okay.
Great question.
Good.
I tend, boy, it's hard to make confessions, but confession is good for the soul. I tend to be a little bit type A. You see it in my movement. And so I do not suffer fools readily. So my wife has said, it's not always fun to go to a restaurant with you. Number one, you'll give the manager advice on how to get increased productivity, even though the manager doesn't want advice. Number two, if the food is bad, you'll tell people. So that happens in airports, in rent-a-cars, in hotels. And I'm realizing that my intent is partly about me and not to help them. So one of the mistakes I've made is I get anxious, I get nervous, I try to change too many things. When I now see something not going well, here's what I've learned. By the way, it's really fun to share this with Convene because I don't always get to share my heart. That man or that woman in front of me is a child of God. They're a child of God. What's going on in their lives? What does God think about them? Now, God doesn't think about them the way I'm thinking about them right now. And when I stop and I try to see that person as a child of God, I calm down. You know what? They may have had a bad day. They may have had a bad history. They may have had a bad previous customer, probably not as bad as me. And suddenly I have a little bit more empathy. I have a little bit more sympathy. I'm not sure I've overcome that all the way yet. I'm not going to be naive about that. If you go to dinner with me, I'll still probably tell the manager how to improve their productivity 7% through these 6 steps. But at least I'm trying to see people as the Lord would envision and see them. That's one example.
I think we just discovered another reason why we like each other so much is because I do exactly the same thing that you just did. And if I knew that the airline baggage lost and found department lady was listening, I'd apologize to her right now. But I let's just say, shared some ideas on how to make their lost baggage thing a little better the other day, and it wasn't good. So here's another.
Is your wife willing to travel with you still? You're better off than me because Wendy sometimes.
She walked the other direction. Yeah.
That's funny.
We won't even go into it. Here's another question. Can you elaborate a bit more on number 3, which is about creating boundaries? of value for your customers? Elaborate a little more.
Sure. Let me do it through an example, and I'm trying to cover this very quickly. Remember, I'm the waiter. You're now saying, how should the meat be cooked?
And we're okay for time because we have probably 7 or 8 minutes left.
Super. We're now working at home. And so I think when we started working at home, the question everybody asked was, did you find the technology? Did you find a place? Did you put on a coat? Did you manage all the logistics? Those are the wrong questions. Here's the question. What did you do today that connected you or your company with a customer? Now, I do some work with HR people. A couple of HR people said, you know, Dave, I took that. Our major customers are also working at home, and they're HR people. So I did a little call, and now I have a Zoom chat with 3 or 4 of my HR colleagues in my 3 or 4 customer companies. And once a week, we get on the call and we say, what are you guys doing in HR with training or staffing or compensation or employee morale? Here's what we're doing. How are you coping with the malaise that comes from this pandemic? So suddenly this employee who was doing their work in front of Zoom, 1 million minutes, by the way, that's amazing. One of my favorite HR people is Lynn Oldham, who took the job as chief HR officer at Zoom last November. She is Zooming in terms of her stock options and all the other good stuff. But what are you doing as an HR person at home to begin to connect with your customers? What a simple idea. And so the question I think we ask as leaders is, there's a boundary in this company. If you're not doing things wherever you're working, in a coffee shop, in a car, at home, or in a traditional office, that is creating value for your customers outside the company, I'd encourage you to relook at your activities, because the activities we do should be value creating for those we care about. And that's kind of one example.
Okay, here's a question from me. What do you say to the person out there who says, I'm tired, I don't know the tomorrow story, I just changed last week to a new strategy that doesn't work anymore because the governor did whatever, and I had a great plan and it's foiled again, and I'm just ready to throw in the towel. Give me some hope.
First, I'd say, tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more, because I want to try to hear what you're feeling. And then I'd say, boy, I appreciate that. I'd say almost everyone I know is facing that sense of despair, that sense of alienation, enemy, whatever word you want. And I'd say, first of all, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Then I'd begin to say, you know, in the world we live in, we got 2 axes. We got a high demand axis. And it feels to me like you're pretty high on the demand axis. You're under stress, you're under anxiety, uncertainty is tearing you apart. The governor keeps changing his mind or her mind, wherever state you live in. The government's not helping. You're under a state of high demand. The other axis is resource. As we face high demands with low resources, we get stressed, we get burned out, we get overwrought. Sometimes the high demands are not going to go away. I'm going to tell you a secret. The governor's never going to know what's right. I shouldn't have said that, but politicians aren't going to answer your question. We're going to have an increased uncertainty. There isn't a clear statement. Jobs are going to change. We live in that world. So let me ask you, can you increase your resources? What are some of the resources that help you cope with those demands? One is taking time for yourself. Nature, when I walk in the trees. Meditation, yoga, going to church, being with people you enjoy being with, friends, reading the Bible, reading the scriptures, exercise, nutrition, sleep. I hope your resources are not substance abuse or drugs, but what are the things that allow you to kind of get your demands and resources back in gear? I encourage you not to just deny the demands. They're there. We are going to live in a world that's tough. And sometimes those resources are tailored to you. Now I'll make a confession. I sometimes like reading mindless novels, or I like watching television shows. In the 90s, my show of resource choice was Seinfeld. I don't know why, but when I was feeling stressed, I needed to have my Seinfeld fix. My wife says I was George, if you've ever seen Seinfeld. Oh, now I sometimes watch NCIS, and I'm going to tell you a secret. I can tell you how the show will end in the first minute. And yet, it's an escape. It's a resource. By the way, a lot of our resources are gone. For me, a resource was going to church. It was being active with sports. It was going to plays. It was going to Italian restaurants that didn't force me to sit in the car. Those are gone. I got to discover some new resources. It might be music. It might be exercise. It might be scriptures. What's the resource that will help you maintain that balance? And that's probably where I'd go. What would you tell yourself, Greg, when you have those self-conversations?
Well, I think it's what you just said, but I think that there's some people who think that the power is within them. They've been listening to a particular self-help guru who likes to say the power is within you, and the power isn't within you. The power only, as you just described, comes from God. And we as leaders have to get our power from God because it's very clear we cannot do it ourselves. Andrew Murray, one of the great authors of Days Gone By, said the phases of a Christian life are that you think, I can do this, and then you say, it's impossible, I can't do this, and then you say, I can do this if I try harder, and then finally you come to the fourth phase of a Christian life that says, I can only do this with the power of God.
You know, let me put up a slide, and I don't know about timing. I love to end with this slide. These are the 10 items on my menu. Pick those that work. I love to ask people, what's the best 12 months of your life? And people often say, when I was 16 and active, when I was in college, when I was newlywed, blah, blah, blah. I think the best 12 months of my life are the next 12. The best is always yet ahead. And I love what you just said. Probably my favorite passages in the New Testament are John 14, 15, and 16. The Savior knew what was coming. He was with his disciples. And the message he left with them, knowing that they would not have it easy, knowing that the crisis we face is trivial. Peace I leave unto you. This is my peace I give unto you. And we'll have different versions of the Bible. Not as the world giveth, give I. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Greg, I love that passage. Because what you just said is, what's the great source of peace? It's not outside. It's not just your inner self. It's trusting in the Lord. And my peace I give unto you, not as the world giveth. Now, there are different translations, but the message is the same. I find that for me, the message of hope that I really rely on. That's where, Greg, I'll let you have the last word. This has been delightful for me.
It's been a joy. So Twitter at Dave_Ulrich. LinkedIn, you can follow Dave. The RBL Institute. You can contact his admin Ginger at gbitter@rbl.net. And you can scan that QR code if you're so inclined. David Ulrich, the #1 management guru in the world. Who wouldn't want that on their business card? Thanks for being with us. I'm very grateful.
I would not want that. By the way, that's a horrible thing. I want to have a grandpa whose granddaughters love Disney.
Yes.
That's what oh my God.
Yes,
Anyway,
and child of God, because I know you want that too.
I do.
Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you. What a delight.
Bye-bye.
Have a great session. Bye.
Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us from Coast to Coast. We're very, very grateful. We started with this mop, actually, and we said, what does this mop have to do with valuing and loving people? And we found out that it actually has everything to do with valuing and loving people. We learned that how we treat people really matters to God. We learned that people are children of God, and therefore they have value to Him. And we learned just now from David Ulrich, Dr. David Ulrich, that it's not our job to fix everything and everybody. We need to leave some of the job to God. So I want to thank again our partners, the Master's Program, the Barnabas Group, Marketplace Chaplains, National Christian Foundation, Ron Blue Trust, and biblicalleadership.com. So we're very grateful that you've joined us. We're going to wrap up just a little early, get you some time before your next meeting. If you want to engage an executive coach from Convene, just log on to convenenow.com, and we have coaches that can help you in your executive leadership journey. If you're looking for someone to help you from the outside in our consulting network, just go to convenenow.com and check into our consulting network. And if you want to join a Convene group in your area, you can also find that at convenenow.com, and you can find a group in your area, or you can join one of our virtual groups. So with that, I'm going to end with some just words from that Steve Bell song we played a little bit earlier. Christ has no body here but ours. He has no hands and no feet on earth here but ours. Ours are the eyes through which he sees. Ours are the hands through which he works. Ours are the feet on which he moves, and ours are the voices through which he speaks. And I would change some of that to, you are the eyes through which Christ looks. You are the hands through which he works. You are the feet on which he walks. And through your touch, through your smile, through your listening ear, embodied in us, Jesus is living here. Thanks for joining us. We're very grateful, and we're very appreciative of the time you spent with us today.